What's going on? What's going on? I don't know. It's a good American day. A good day in America. Why is this not connecting? I don't get it. Did I switch something over? Is my internet being throttled? Maybe I changed something on my other. Oh, yeah, I did do this. That makes sense. Man. Bringing up here output. Why can I not change? This is America. This is America. How's it going? Yeah, I know I have 2 streams open. I always have 2 streams open. I have a vertical and a horizontal. Although the horizontal is probably useless. It's okay though. I always have 2 just in case. Some people want to watch horizontally, meaning like 10 people. 10 people want to watch horizontally, so I have a horizontal stream up at all times. Alright, maybe I could find people for this. How's it going? How's everyone doing tonight? Wow. The MAGA Civil War. My throat is in pain right now, dude. I'm definitely sick. Okay though. Going live, huh? What is that supposed to mean? Going live, huh? I see you have Malcolm X as your profile picture, correct? Is there something you're expecting? Yeah, the horizontal's not connected. I have 0 plans at all for this. I'm kind of hoping. I'm all caught up. True. I think Elon Musk. I don't know what's gonna happen with MAGA fighting each other. I don't think anything really matters at all. Like, this is just stupid. Like, you can't see any of this. But the guy said, I have criticized Elon a ton in the past, but I will give credit where credit is due. In a time where the GOP is increasingly flirting with white nationalism, his willingness to stand up for immigration and multiculturalism is commendable. And it's like, Elon Musk has shared so many different neo-Nazi posts. Wait, is subscriber only on? I took that off. I'm gonna start raging. Thank you. I literally turned that off when I was making the stream because I saw it was on. That's annoying. Crazy. We have Jank from the Young Turks. Elon Musk calling his supporters stupid. How do you say his name? It's not Vivek. It's Vivek. Vivek. Okay, I have to look up how to actually say his name because I keep saying it wrong. How do you say Vivek, right? What if this person says it wrong? How to pronounce on YouTube?
Vivek is
Vivek. I don't think it's Vivek. Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Is it Ramaswamy or Swami? Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay, I don't. It's not Vivek. I know it's not. But this is really interesting always. The tweet that started everything off, essentially, we live in wild times. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're serious about fixing the problem, we need to confront the truth. So that's Vivek Ramaswamy talking about Americans, and this is what started the entire Twitter drama where Elon Musk is now rampaging and blocking people on Twitter and censoring people because super white nationalist Maga is rising up and getting mad that Trump or Musk or any of them are going to support any immigration at all. This is a topic around high skill immigration. But Vivek Ramaswamy says, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. So American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence since the 90s and likely longer. So what, since Reagan, since Carter, since, I don't know, LBJ, since when? Since when? A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Like, you can't support MAGA, the entire primary, and support the MAGA base, and then talk about how we need to appreciate the math Olympiad over the jock, and appreciate the valedictorian over the jock. The entire point of MAGA is anti-intellectualism. The entire point of MAGA is not paying attention to facts, not thinking critically. It's a lot of pseudo-intellectualism. So I don't know. I don't know how Musk or Vivek could be alarmed. Sounds like a self-help guru. He also sounds like a really salty former valedictorian for his high school, which he was. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact. I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch of those TV shows, precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. So basically, to become successful in STEM, you need to support Steve Urkel over Stefan in Family Matters. You need to make sure your kid does not watch Family Matters, and the more Family Matters you watch, the less STEM you have, apparently. more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chillin', more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s, or even now, who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. This can be our Sputnik moment. Sputnik. We've awakened from a slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, also known as the Gilded Age Part 2, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. That's the work we have cut out for us. Rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence, I'm confident we can do it. And he's basically saying that white people in America want DEI because Americans are lagging behind in STEM. And we're talking about engineers mostly. We're talking about visas that workers are getting to come over to America as immigrants. And Elon Musk and Vivek were arguing for the past 48 hours on Twitter with a bunch of different accounts. Elon Musk is censoring a bunch of white nationalist accounts. There's a whole meltdown right now happening about this because MAGA's mad that any immigration is being supported. And Elon Musk called Americans dumb multiple times. And he says it's not our fault Americans are stupid and don't get educated. But also, this is the same party telling people to not get educated, telling people to not go to college. And it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious to see everything crashing down on them. And then Elon Musk is now censoring people. It's insane. All right, who's going to call in? But it is funny. It is funny. You can't act like it's not funny. Like, obviously. What did they think? What did people expect? The Discord link is in the description, okay? Or a description of one of my videos. Or you can call the phone number on the screen to talk about this if you'd like. Or not. Trump is your god. I love Donald Trump. I'm proud of you. Probably a bunch of bots, to be honest. I can't believe these people actually exist. Turns out the waste that Doge wanted to cut from America was Americans. I don't know. It is really funny seeing so many Republicans get mad when Musk and Vivek are talking about a culture argument, saying that American culture is weak, because the entire point of nationalism and the culture war is that American and conservative culture are producing stronger results, and they're basically contradicting that completely. But I don't know if people are getting the right message, because now on Twitter, they're just getting even more racist, which Twitter is already just like a cesspool of the worst ideologies possible, and it's somehow getting worse. College is expensive these days. You better off with an associate degree or a trade skill or retire with a pension. Someone has to be the backbone of the economy. I mean, sure. Immigrants are the backbone of the economy, to be honest. It depends what you mean by the economy, because with capitalism and our, indefinite forever growth, we need more workers. We're running out of workers in every single sector. Mathlete? Yeah, I'm sure Trump cares about mathletes. Someone call in. Someone call in. Come on. Why is this not loading now, bro? I don't even know what to do about that. My Google Voice is not loading. Oh, there you go. All right, my phone thing should be on now. The 1938 Army Manual literally said democracy is a tyrant. It's a police state and a welfare state. Democracy? I don't know what that means. You've cut your grass. Immigrant job, your racism is showing. That's because no one wants to work. That's not true. Bro gets his info form CNN. Form? What is a form? I don't have an info form. Trump is the worst. True. I might just have to do a video reaction because no one's going to call in because everyone runs from that kind of stuff. I probably got to do TikTok for real. It's going to be an awesome show. What show? What show are we talking about? Let me at least pop out this chat for the regular screen. So it's up there. Sometimes you got to pop out and certified lover boy, certified what? There you go. Okay, you love President Trump, good. It'd be hard for me to call in and watch the stream too. Now, tell me that logic. How would you call in and miss the stream? You'd be on the stream. You'd be a part of it. You would not be missing anything. You would be the stream. Okay. You love your country.
Donald Trump is livid right now, folks, because of trolling from the Democrats. For the last few days, after Elon Musk did basically kill the bipartisan spending deal that had been worked out earlier this week, Democrats took to social media, took to regular media, saying that Elon Musk was, of course, the
Hey, okay. Call the phone number or join Discord, someone. You got to. It's your constitutional obligation. Come on, you gotta protect Daddy. Drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Drop a like, hit subscribe.
the actual president. Donald Trump was the vice president.
I don't even care if it's a regular convo at this point because no one's calling in. So I mean, no one wants to talk. They don't want to talk about it. They're too like, you know.
And implying that Elon Musk is the guy in charge. Now, maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But perception is reality, right?
True. What did Trump say about Elon Musk? Oh.
We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, no, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. He's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe. You know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country.
Bro. Totally real laugh. Donald Trump is not offended at all. I'm happy about President Musk. I'm proud that he's able to be president without getting a vote. All right, guys. We need someone. There's 400 people on the YouTube short stream. Like, someone needs to do it. Like, someone. Someone needs to have some functioning brain cells. Hi, buddy. What's up? That little giggle was wild. Yeah. That's the giggle when you're totally unbothered. You're totally unbothered by everything that's happening. Oh, nice. A phone call.
Call from
Landon.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice...
Hello.
Hey, I've been watching your stream.
Nice. How are you doing tonight?
Good. I like the conversation about Donald Trump. It's definitely very interesting. I gotta say, I don't think Trump is like the best moral character that there ever was, but I definitely think that he has given people something to look forward to in these upcoming years.
So when
What
you
do
say
you
something
think?
to look forward to, are you referring to something in specific? Are you talking about the memes, or are you talking about like policy?
I definitely think that him outsourcing like a little bit. I know that with Elon, it's just going to be more of like a contractor sort of thing, right? But I think that that's really cool. I think that it's great that he helped like Tulsi Gabbard decide to move away from the Democrat Party. That was really good because I mean I'm not like full Republican, but I'm like kind of like in the middle. But when I saw Tulsi talking with Kamala during the DNC, I thought that Tulsi was a way better option than Kamala was. And I think that Trump definitely helped her realize like that if she goes to the Republican Party, she might be better received, you know?
I mean, that was a couple elections ago. Originally, Tulsi
Yeah, for
Gabbard was a
sure.
congresswoman. She tried
Last
being head of the DNC,
election.
I'm pretty sure. Her
Yeah,
first mission
2020.
was to get power through the DNC. When that didn't work, she endorsed Bernie Sanders very heavily. When that didn't work, she ended up endorsing Joe Biden very heavily to try and get access to power. And now she endorsed Trump very heavily to try and get access to power. So she's been jumping around, and a lot of these people are opportunists. So I mean, JD Vance called Trump,
Yeah, for sure.
Hitler. RFK said Trump is also very fascist a few years ago, just like a couple years ago. So JD Vance, RFK, the Democrats that were talking about Tulsi Gabbard, these moderates that swung to Trump, they've been swinging ideologies
Okay.
for a while now. It doesn't seem like they have
Right.
actual reasons to do it other than, Trump's going to give them a job. So they gave him their endorsement.
Right. And so, do you think that it's going to be better or worse for our economy than what we've had for the past 4 years?
So when you talk about our economy in the past 4 years, do you think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did a bad job after COVID?
After COVID, I honestly have not seen very much progress. A lot. I mean, I'm a trucker, so I do see the fuel prices, and they're really good right now. I think that that's great, but also I'm concerned that um, they might be like too. What's the word? Like they might be. Frick, I forget it. Where they um, kind of pay for the gas prices to be lower,
They pay for the
kind of
gas
like
prices to be
artificially
lower?
deflate them.
There's no evidence of that ever happening. America in 2023, we had our peak
So,
energy independence of all time. And also, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, under them, we were producing more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined at one point. So it makes sense that our gas prices would be lower now.
so why did they decide to get rid of the pipeline?
Do you mean the XL pipeline, like the Keystone?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So that wasn't getting rid of a pipeline. They added other additions to that pipeline. So the XL was an extension of an already existing pipeline. So they
So they
did
did
cancel
end up
that
going
portion
back.
of it. Yeah, there were other pipelines being built in America. We didn't need the Keystone. That's why our oil supply was able to
Oh,
stay
so they
constant.
didn't finish the Keystone.
No, they never finished the Keystone, but there were other projects being worked on. It's called the XL pipeline largely because it's an additional pipeline. It's coming from something because we have pipelines coming mostly from Canada. So that's a big conversation right now with tariffs.
Okay. Yeah,
If
for sure.
if Canada wants to do something with the oil they produce, ExxonMobil already said, for example, ExxonMobil said the Biden-Harris administration did great with
Mm-hmm.
allowing oil drilling. They recommended that Trump does not pull out of the Paris Climate Accord. So I mean, with
Yeah.
oil production in America, Biden and Harris, they just drilled more oil than Trump. Like they drilled more oil than any president, administration in American history. And also they produced more green energy as well. And that's why in 2023 we had our highest levels of energy independence than ever before. In the past, well, not ever before, but in the past 70 years. But the mainstream media did not report that. Right-wing media did not report that. Independent media did not report that. Joe Rogan did not talk about it. Lex Friedman didn't talk about it. No one talked about that. So I don't think most Americans even know that about 2023 and our total energy production then.
So, with it being renewable energies, is this going back to the people, like for where I live, it's Rocky Mountain Power, right?
Yeah, sure.
Does it go back through them so that they can charge people, or is it something that is going to be like who owns the windmills and stuff? Is it the
So
power
private
companies of the
companies
individual
own all energy
private
in America. That's one thing
private?
that,
Yeah.
yeah. So like all of our oil production is owned by private companies, which is why it doesn't really matter what a president
Yeah,
does not really affect gas
for
prices
sure.
unless if we start like
Sure.
a new world war or something. If it's a president's fault we're in a conflict, then that can change gas prices a little bit, but really it's
Hmm.
dictated by private
Okay.
markets. But as far as green energy is concerned, you can. So for example, I don't know how it works in every single state, but for most states, you have your like publicly facilitated electricity platform, the
Right.
grid, and then you have different places that you could sign a contract with. And some of those places use like 30% renewable, 70% gas and oil, or oil and coal. Some places do like 50-50 clean energy and oil and coal, or gas and coal. And then also some places will be like 100% renewable. It really depends on what the company is, but that's why electric cars. So they always say, if you fill up a Tesla, which I'm not a huge electric car person, but one thing I
Yeah.
hear talked about is like, oh, there's a Tesla. And by the way, if you're watching the stream, please drop a like and hit subscribe. And thank you for calling in. But people will say like, oh, it's a Tesla. They're getting energy from the grid, and the grid is being powered by coal and oil anyway. So like, it's not even green. And it's like, well, those cars have the capability to survive without gas. Without gasoline, they
Right.
can survive without that.
And
And also, when you pull electricity from the grid, a percentage of that power is going to be from green and renewable energy, if that makes sense.
yeah, and I am a proponent of new technology and stuff. I have a Tesla, but I I also laugh about that because people don't understand. Well, with your car, right? You have the catalytic converter, right? So that you're not polluting as much if you have like a regular gas car, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do like emissions
Well,
testing in a
right.
lot of states.
Exactly. Well, how much more efficient do you think a power plant is at eliminating those kind of gases than your car is? You know? And so people think that
Yeah.
it equates to the same amount if you use the gas when it comes to like CO2. But obviously, a plant is going to have way more measures to reduce that than your car does. You know? In general.
So are you saying on the side of like green energy, so if a plant has like gas and oil being used there or coal, then that'll be cleaner because those I mean, they talk
Yes.
about clean coal and natural gas. They have a big push.
Burning it at a plant is going to be way more efficient than your car doing it.
Yeah, yeah,
Would
sure.
you agree or disagree?
I mean, I imagine it would make sense if we can
I would
facilitate it.
imagine that it would because, I don't know.
But a
It's
big part
just
of that is preparing cars for the future. So like in 2040, if we have like 90% renewable energy, then the cars can run off of that. But yeah, just in general, is there a main topic that you disagree with liberals on right now? You said you're not really like a full MAGA person, but you said you're excited about the next few years. Is there any like specific policy or anything like that? Is there something big
I'm
that you
excited
think Biden did wrong?
Yeah, I'm excited for getting Canada and Mexico involved in a lot of the border protection that I'm seeing with using tariffs and other means to get them to really pitch in and help us out with that. Because
Now that's a big thing though. I don't mean to interrupt, but like Trump, when he said he called the president of Mexico and they agreed to something because of tariffs, they were already doing that. So from Venezuela all the way up through Mexico, different countries have worked with us to set up like checkpoints. We've reduced immigration to almost pre-COVID levels in general because of these initiatives. And when Trump did that, he basically took credit for something that's already being done. Mexico has not changed any policies as a result of threats of tariffs, and I'm pretty sure China's re-upping their border security because of trying to defend from the U.S. now because Trump is talking about annexing Canada. So a lot of that stuff is being done already. And also, just keep in mind, when Trump complains about trade with Canada and Mexico, just keep in mind that when he complains about trade with Canada and Mexico, we're operating under the trade deal that Trump negotiated because he complained about like NAFTA, the North American Free Trade. So he complained about that when he ran for president. He renegotiated that. And we're living under, like right now, Trump's trade deal. So it's weird for me when he comes out and he like complains about trade with Mexico and Canada because I'm like, dude, like this is your plan that you bragged about, and now somehow you're playing both sides, and that's a little bit weird to me.
Right. I'm seeing more complaints from him about our trade with China more than Canada, but I did see that Canada did respond to what he said about the tariffs by creating a new program to help secure the border. Did you see that?
Let me see if I can find anything on that really quick.
Yeah. There was a good response from Canada about it. They made a new team or something that they just created for the upcoming, just to make sure that they were like, oh, we want Trump to see that we're actually doing something, so he doesn't do any weird things with the tariffs.
So one thing I'd be wary about. One thing I'd be wary about as well is rebranding. So a lot of this stuff, for example, is going to be, things we've talked about doing before, or we're already doing it and now we're rebranding it. So like that's going to happen a lot in the next 4 years. A lot of Biden's infrastructure and manufacturing and immigration policies are going to come to fruition and reached their peak potential under Trump, and Trump's going to rebrand a lot of that and take credit for a lot of it. So I would just ask for all the MAGA and Trump voters in the audience that we keep note of like where policies came from. And that's not about this issue in specific. I need to look into this more to see if this is like because of tariffs,
for sure,
or if Canada was thinking about making an investment in their border in general. And also, is that a response to Trump talking about annexing Canada? I don't think that's a real thing. I don't know. He's talking about Canada, Panama, and Greenland, which I think is just him, like, I don't know, on drugs at night or something, staying up till 4 a.m. tweeting.
He does say some crazy stuff sometimes, but
and he does tweet at like 4 a.m., which is kind of wild.
Yeah. But I did see the impact that, what Biden and Harris were saying during their presidency that inflated kind of the border crossings over the past 4 years. And in just like the first half of 2024, it was twice as many people, or at least circumstances at the border than any of the years that Donald Trump was in. And I think that Kamala really encouraged that. And I didn't really like her policy when it came to that. And then come 2024, she's
what policy?
Oh, we tried to do a border bill. Well, they were saying that, they said, come on over, right, at the beginning of their, Biden's presidency. They kind of like didn't say that as much towards the end, but towards the beginning they were saying, come on over. Right?
I don't remember Biden and Harris ever saying, come on over to immigrants. In fact, Biden literally said, like, when he took office, he said, don't come over. He said the exact opposite of that. Like, he had a whole press conference saying, don't come over. Yeah, she said it in like 2018 or 2019, talking about immigration, just in general, be welcome to.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she was going back on what she had said, because I don't think she realized what she was doing at first by saying, come on over. People are just like, oh, it must be open, It must be.
Yeah, but they just never.
The beginning of.
In 2020, they just never said that. Like, when Biden was president to now, they never said, come on over to immigrants, ever. They disencouraged it. Yeah, from 2021 to now. Okay, so, I mean, during the campaign, even in 2020, they did not say, come on over to immigrants. And I would also just note, I do want to, there's other people on the line as well. I appreciate
Oh, they want to get on? Yeah, for sure.
No, but I just want to say as well, when Trump, do you know that one immigration graph that Trump talks about? And I'll put it on the screen. Do you know the graph he talks about that he looked at during the assassination attempt, and he says, this graph saved my life?
Yeah. I'm skipping to live so I can see the graph.
Okay, let me pull it up really quick.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. So it's this graph. It might be a little small if you're on the regular YouTube Shorts. Yeah, this is gonna be tiny, but let me know if you recognize it from the colors on the small screen really quick.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Do you remember this graph at all?
Illegal immigration in the U.S. I do not.
Okay, so Trump used this as one of his main points to argue. Yeah, this was like Trump's main graph to argue. So he looked at this graph when he almost got assassinated. He says, this graph saved my life. I would recommend looking into this graph because it really shows how Trump and his team are willing to manipulate information, sensationalize it, and just totally distort data. So if you look at the arrows, you'll see that in 2019, at the end of 2019, there's an arrow pointing towards, that point saying Trump clampdown begins and then immigration decreases, because our immigration levels were actually at an all-time low under Obama, because Obama was probably the hardest on immigration of any president in American history, like one of the hardest on immigration and deportations. Like Obama went really hard against immigration. When Trump got elected, our immigration levels were at like all-time low numbers. And then what happened is, I'll put this on my other screen too. What happened is, immigration spiked during Trump's presidency, and then it reached all-time lows again during COVID-19 when the entire world shut down. And then on this graph that Trump talks about, there's an arrow that says Trump leaves office, lowest illegal immigration in recorded history. Now, this graph points at This arrow points at this
COVID.
point. It points at March 2020, saying Trump leaves office. He actually left office in January of 2021, and if you would have looked at where Trump actually left office, immigration already spiked a huge amount by the time Trump was actually leaving. So just look up this graph. I recommend looking at it because his team shared this and completely lied about this information. Like, this is like one of the most blatant lies you could do. And they know they lied about this.
Post,
No. This is the graph he uses. It's the Washington Post copy and pasted it, but this is the graph from the Trump campaign. So don't even look at the media source. Like, it's just this is the graph the Trump campaign shared. Washington Post did not make this.
So are you saying that this information is good, or is it not?
The information is real information, but they're representing it and lying about when Trump left office. They're lying about the Trump clampdown. They're lying about all of everything. The way they're interpreting and talking about this graph is a complete lie. Like, they're distorting the information completely. And they're just like acting like Trump left office in March of 2020 and ignoring all data from March 2020 to January 2021 when immigration spiked because of the aftermath of the
January
pandemic.
2021 is when the Biden-Harris presidency started. But I'm seeing that the numbers are pretty bad throughout their whole entire presidency, though. So what's going on, you know?
Yeah, there was increased migration in general from this time, but that was a result of the post-COVID world.
And it didn't get better. So
but you could say the same with like inflate. Yeah, it did get better actually. So this cuts off.
It did get
at the
better
start
during Trump.
At the start of 2024, this cuts off at start of 2024. But we actually had a huge reduction. We had the biggest reduction in border crossings ever in the past 6 months, and also we had the biggest reduction of opioid overdoses and deaths in the past 6 months as well. The largest reduction since the opioid epidemic actually started, and they've been able to stop the flow of fentanyl. Or fentanyl to a great amount as well, and the media did not report on this. So those are just two pieces of information I definitely look into because I did even CNN, MSNBC, like
what you're showing me here though.
Washington Post did not share it either.
No, I'm just saying, like, if this information is legit, it doesn't seem like the Biden-Harris campaign throughout their presidency, at least, they didn't really crack down on it at all. It looks like it's a big problem, and it seems like even though she pretended towards the end of their presidency that they were trying to fix it, it doesn't look like they did at all. It doesn't look like they tried at all. So
again, this graph cut off at the beginning of 2024. This graph cut off at the beginning of 2024, and the data now, like I said, because of their policies, and you can look up any documentary or any data set on this, because of their policies, we had the biggest decrease in immigration in the past 6 months, and Trump's probably going to take credit for that as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll have to see. Because she said that they've been working on it for a while, but they were
working on it for a while, but these plans take a while to take place. They don't just happen 1, 2, 3, and that's why immigration spiked under Trump.
It should be within a year.
No, not within a year either. So like, not within a year. So policy takes a long time to take effect.
No,
definitely not. Policy takes a long time to actually work.
They only get 4 years, so it's got to have a quicker turnaround than that.
Well, no, like the policy still takes time to go into effect and to see results from that policy, regardless of how much time a president has in office. They can't just snap their fingers and have things work instantly. Like it just doesn't. The same thing with the economy. There's usually like a 2-year lag from the economy and world events or policies. So there's a 2-year lag after COVID with our huge inflation crisis from 2022 to 2023, which Biden and Harris got blamed for. And then there was also a lag when Biden's policies took place, which is why gas prices are now better and why inflation is now stabilizing and why costs in general are going down and American wages are rising. And we're seeing increased manufacturing spending, something Trump never got done. We're seeing more protectionism from Biden that's successful, something Trump never got done. We're seeing more infrastructure spending from Biden. Trump never got infrastructure done, although he said it was super easy to get that kind of stuff done. Biden, Harris got a bipartisan bill done for infrastructure right away. So like all these accomplishments, that 2-year period for when those policies kick in is happening right now, which is why the American economy has been reaching all-time highs in the stock market and also wage growth for the lower class, working class, and middle class. This has been the most
Okay.
pro-working class and union presidency probably since the first union
Okay.
wave 50 years ago.
So just as a takeaway, because I know that you got other people that are going to be coming on, you're just saying that the next 6 months we're going to see really good numbers for Trump's beginning of term, correct? Because of the Biden-Harris efforts, yes?
On the basis of like manufacturing and infrastructure, yeah, like the Chips and Science Act, a lot of that stuff is going to be
No,
built
I was
within the next year
talking
or two.
about border.
Well, no, that's already happening. Like the decreases in
Okay,
immigration are
so
already
we're
happening in the
gonna
past
see
few
that.
months.
We will
Yeah,
see
that trend's going
Okay.
to continue for sure. Yeah,
Okay.
it should
For
continue.
sure.
I mean,
I'll
if
have to
Trump
keep my
does
eyes
nothing,
open,
it'll
but
probably go well.
right, yeah. I'll keep my eyes open. But thanks for talking to me.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Best of luck out there on the road. Definitely feel free to call in again sometime. Thank you.
Okay. Have a great day.
Have a
Bye.
good one. All right. Someone in the Discord. I'll take another call in a second. I need to grab a little glass of water. Someone in the Discord, can you please get me the recent immigration numbers? Because I need to have this stuff on hand. I know I need to have it on hand, and Epoch's gonna yell at me because I could not find it with my quick Google searching, and I know I have this in my document, notes for videos. I don't know if I have the local or the recent immigration numbers, and not having it in a conversation like that is annoying. I need immigration. I need inflation. I need the national debt for the past 8 years. I need to get that all just like ready. Because it's too much to Google it last second while you're having a conversation. And I know that. And I've been off for like 2 weeks. So, I'm coming in rusty. But I need to have that information ready. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe. Channel memberships are $2.99. If you want to donate TTS, text to speech, you could do so at the link Coffee, KOFI, at Jolah Politics. It'll say your message out loud during the stream. Thank you for watching. I'll open the calls in like 5 seconds for more callers, but let me go get a quick glass of water before I continue. It's not hard to keep the lies straight. It's hard to keep data straight because Trump can lie 24/7, and in order for us to correct those dumb lies, we need to have the data ready because we need to be the responsible ones in the room. The responsible ones. We're gonna be I'll be like Vivek. Also, I'm also sick, so my throat is killing me. My throat is in aggressive pain right now. Calm down. I'll let you call in. Let me open up the phones again. 1 second. Clean up your house? No. I just got back from traveling for 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you doing, sir?
Good. Good. Just listening to you kind of churning my teeth over here.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. How you doing? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I just think that, you have not much forethought in what you're saying.
Okay, explain.
You're talking about immigration numbers, and you do realize that Donald Trump's a businessman, and when he's dealing with other foreign leaders, they don't exactly know his next move. So when he maybe puts some threats out towards Mexico regarding immigration reasons and tariffs, and you don't think that they're going to follow suit or immigration numbers aren't going to go down because he's going to finish a border wall, he's going to do a mass deportation, that's not going to skew and change the numbers already. People know who the next president is. You're clearly already worried about it, and he's not even president yet.
So you're saying that like Donald Trump's alpha energy is going to result in changes. He doesn't need to pass any policies.
No.
He just needs to like
I'm
make threats.
saying his his unknown pursuit when dealing with foreign leaders is what's going to allow things to change. That's the difference. And so when he sits down with these people, his forethought in what he might do or might not do, that's a dictation to these people, okay, we better follow suit. You have to understand that.
Right now, so for example, immigration numbers and border crossings peaked at 250,000 in December 2023, which is super high, obviously. But now, in August, we saw it go below 60,000. Now we're seeing it below 50,000, 40,000. So we're seeing like Trump-level immigration numbers, Obama-level immigration numbers after a huge peak after COVID. So Biden-Harris did really good with immigration. Like I said, Mexico's already working with Biden-Harris. There were huge summits where they talked about this. So if Trump takes credit for any of that, he's just lying about it because it's already being done. Just like the Mexico's president saying that, like, you know, Trump said there was a huge win. She agreed to do better immigration policies. That was, I mean, they're already doing it. So Trump basically just like bragged about nothing there.
There's record number of illegal immigrants in our country right now. Record numbers. You can't sit here and give me 2 or 3 months or 4 months when the last 4 or 5 years we've had an open door policy. And if you don't think it was an open door policy, why would you remove a border wall? You can't say it doesn't help. Everywhere you go, you see walls built for every other country. You can't get into Canada like you come in through America. We just have lowered the standard, and you're starting to see the repercussions of it. And I feel like the media lies on both ends. I don't feel like either side is true. And I also think another reason why Donald Trump won the debate was because he sat on Joe Rogan's podcast for 3 hours with no talking points, 100% say what he can say, let the American people meet a different individual. Kamala Harris, she had an agreed interview, and she wanted to fly Joe Rogan out somewhere, and they can't talk about this, this, and this. I think you should do
Donald Trump
more
debated
research.
Kamala and ran away. He wouldn't debate her again, even on Fox News.
I'm talking Joe Rogan.
I'm talking Trump versus Kamala. I'm talking Trump being afraid of the actual person he ran against because he had to hide behind his media.
He wasn't afraid of her.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. That's why he didn't do another debate, because he was afraid.
Where has Kamala Harris done a 3-hour interview? Please
I don't care about participation medals. I don't care about participation medals on how long you could ramble in a podcast, because Trump made 0 sense in the Joe Rogan podcast anyway. But why couldn't he debate Kamala again? Why was he so scared?
They have more viewers on the Joe Rogan show than CNN and MSNBC combined.
Okay, that's more participation medal stuff. I don't do participation medals. We do actual meritocracy around here. So in the actual debate versus Kamala, why wouldn't Trump talk to her again?
Probably he was done with the horse and pony show. He didn't have to. He felt like there was better sources to get his
he didn't have
out.
to, because he could hide behind his media instead of actually confronting the candidate he ran against, because he had no policies to run on. That's why he wouldn't debate Kamala again, because he lost so bad in the first one.
She really shouldn't even be the candidate. You do realize that if Joe Biden sat there and said he wasn't.
Hey, Trump still took a fat L in that debate. I mean, I know Americans chose the wrong candidate, but Trump still took a fat L in that debate versus Kamala.
No, but let's just say you have to understand this though, right? If Joe Biden didn't say that he was going to run for president and then hand the torch down to Kamala, we wouldn't have had her even in the front running to be a president.
I agree. I'm mad at
right?
Joe Biden for doing that. I don't like Joe Biden for doing that. I think that's really bad in general. I'm also mad that Trump did not do one single primary debate versus DeSantis or Haley. That's also a really scaredy cat move from Trump. Trump ducking out of so many debates. The only person Trump could debate was Biden, because Biden should be in a home right now. That's the only person Trump could handle debating. Like, Trump debated a functional person once, and that functional person was Kamala Harris, and he got demolished without her even doing good. Like, she didn't even do good, and Trump still lost so bad that even Fox News was admitting that he lost.
Yeah, but it's like you and David Pakman. I've watched before the presidential election was completed. You guys were smoke screening all of your viewers the entire time, thinking it was going to be 315 delegates to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And you guys were so off point with the actual American people and the way that the United States is being ran with these multiple genders, dysphoria, delusion, God out of church, all of these different things.
So you only care about genders and podcasting?
No, I don't. I feel like it should be.
All you brought up was genders and podcasting so far.
No, I haven't. I've brought up policies too.
Like what?
Like the border. Like the border, you sit here
So
and
because
think
Trump
that,
is unpredictable,
that
that's a policy.
no, but you sit here and think that because the last 2 or 3 months you're seeing some data that looks like it's going down. Bro, we probably have 40 million illegal immigrants right now, or 25 million illegal immigrants. 25 million to 30 million illegal immigrants right now. That's how many I think the real number is.
Based
Okay,
off
and
what?
that's happened in the last 5 years. You know, so you gotta point the finger sometimes where it needs to be pointed. It was their policies of basically allowing them to come in with no repercussions.
So the
'Cause I
upper
promise you-
estimates are around 11 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. The upper estimates
Okay,
from the actual
and-
resources and border patrol.
and
I don't know
that's
where you
wrong.
got 40 million from because Trump's
No, I
lying.
said
You can't just say it's
30,
wrong.
30.
You just
30
made that
to
number up.
25
You
million.
can't just say it's wrong. You just made it up.
No, I'm just telling you, I think the number that you're reading skewed
So
on the
you
low
have
side.
podcasting, genders, and vibes.
What do you mean?
You have podcasting, genders, and vibes. That's your 3 arguments.
No, I just feel like your listeners have missed the American people, like you're still doing now. You sit here and think that
No, I know the American people like vibes. I understand people vote for emotional reasons, and I think that the campaign from Democrats needs to be more emotional because it works, obviously, because Trump won off of that without having like a single like real policy.
No, the Democrat has lost their voter of how they've come to be in their party right now. That's the problem, because a Democrat isn't the same Democrat there was 15 years ago. All right. There's the difference. That's why you've lost everybody. That's another thing you guys don't read. Like David Pakman. Keep not knowing that there's 2 genders and keep saying that because you guys are losing the original Democrats with your way of thinking.
What
That's
is a
the
woman?
next thing that you guys don't understand. There's only 2 genders, a male and a female.
What is
That's
a
it.
woman?
What is a woman?
Yeah, what is a woman?
She can give birth and bear a child. That is a woman.
So if a woman cannot give birth, she's not a woman.
Oh, we have to go into that.
Why do you
definitely
complain
do
so much
know-
about going into
you-
details? Like, why is that a big thing for you?
Oh, okay. Well, I think we know. Okay, a woman. You know what a woman is, right? We don't have to go into.
No, tell me what a woman is. Without bringing up body parts, what is a woman?
She probably has a menstrual cycle every month when she's adulting, and she can give birth to a child, and she goes in the woman's bathroom, and she doesn't have 2 little things that hang down and a sack.
I said without
I mean, I'm just saying, but
I
that's
said
the
without mentioning
delusion that
body
you-
parts. Without mentioning
that's
body
the-
parts, what is a
But
woman?
that I just did. But see, that's the delusion that you guys carry.
You mentioned only
And you
body
read-
parts and
And then
bathrooms.
but I'm just saying though, that's the delusion that you guys carry, and that's why you guys are losing your stance on finding any voters. It's plain as day on
How
what's
many
going
votes did
on
Donald
with your
Trump win
guys'
by?
party.
How many votes
He
did Trump win by?
smoked her. He
By
smoked
how many
her,
votes?
bro. I think it was what? I don't remember. I know we got 315 delegates though, and that's what they were saying that was going to go to the Democrat side. I mean, he took back my state, and I'm in Nevada, and I saw it coming. And like the no tax for tips, boom, that's a good thing. Kamala hops on it right after he says that. Building our border wall, we're trying to get America back, not destroy it.
So
But you don't see it that
Biden
way.
and Harris never took down any of the border wall. They actually stayed committed to
Oh, they're
funds that
selling it
Trump
right now
allocated.
in
So
Texas.
Biden
They're
actually built more border wall because he stayed
No,
committed to
they're-
what Trump did.
And why are they auctioning off it in Texas, the federal government, right now? Why then? Look it up. Hurry up. Get on your screen. Let it start flashing at your face. Make sure you know I'm correct, because I am.
The no
Texas
taxes on
is off-
tips. The no taxes on tips. Could you
Let's
name one
talk
difference
about the
between Trump and
Texas-
Kamala's policy on that?
Yeah, Trump came up with it first, and it was his idea. Do some more research.
No, in the
now
actual
let's get-
policy, what is the difference between the 2 policies that they had? So Kamala's no taxes on tips versus Trump's. What was the main difference?
There was supposed to be no tax on waitress tips and no tax, I believe, on overtime is what Donald Trump came up with. That
So
was his
Trump
policy
wants to do
first.
no taxes on any tips, including for financial advisors and lawyers
Yep.
and all these white collar jobs as well. Kamala's was only for working class people. So that's why I supported
Okay.
Kamala's no taxes
Well,
on tips versus Trump's.
If you give it to one, you got to give it to the other.
So
Okay?
we need
But
to give
let's talk
giveaways to
about-
corporations if we cut taxes for the middle class. We need to give giveaways to corporations and the wealthy.
I think it's a slippery slope dealing with corporations. I do, because you ready? I think a lot of them are all thieving bastards. I do. But the problem with this is, you ready? They have, like, I'm in Nevada. The casinos have so much power in our state. There's only 3 people that have the power of the state of Nevada. That's the casino industry, that's waste management, and NV Energy. And NV Energy is owned by Warren Buffett. Let me tell you, those 3 people run our state. Now, it's not right. Like, I call waste management, and I'm trying to drop a can for one of my apartment buildings I own, and they tell me that I can't, and there's a law passed for it. And when she gets all done, she says, "Thank you for choosing waste management." I said, "Wait a minute. I've never chose you. I don't have an option." So there's definitely problems in all areas with it, right? And I feel like that's always a bad area and a gray area. And I feel like once they get to their level, they're all doing favors for somebody. And this is for both sides. I don't think that it doesn't happen in either side. I just feel like, you ready? They're both going to steal money. I just feel like that Donald Trump, at the end of the day, cares about America a little bit more, besides whatever deal he might have made or whatever deal Biden might have made. Because I think they all make deals. And for someone to sit here and say they don't, I think they're delusional.
Do you have an issue with Donald Trump in 2016 or 2020? I mean, pardoning Blackwater war criminals?
No,
yeah.
but I think, you're ready. There's the big difference here, and I just told this to my mom. I understand that Joe Biden pardoned some people on death row that were killers. I think it's easier to pardon a financial criminal, okay, than someone that's been murdered.
Wait, do you think Biden pardoned those people?
Yeah, he got them off death row.
Well, he got them off death row. He didn't pardon them.
So that's a life. So you ready? That's giving them their life back. That's definitely a good step to know you're not dying tomorrow.
So you want to give someone the easy way out instead of making them stay in prison their entire life?
You ready? I personally, my own belief is, I think you give them the electric chair. I'm tired of paying for people for 30 years that have done a heinous crime that probably should have got shot yesterday. We should put money in the pool. And I feel
Do you support Luigi Mangione?
No, I'm not for him, but I feel like you're going to see a lot more of that stuff too. Hey, corporate greed. Back to what I'm saying. If you think any big company cares about us, you're delusional. And this is on both sides. This is part of the life we live in.
So are you okay with Elon Musk buying his way into, being a super close advisor to the president?
Yeah, I think Elon Musk is a bright individual. And I don't feel like he's going to try to sway America in a bad situation. Now, I could be wrong. We have to see the outcome of what's going to play with him. But I think, yeah.
For myself, I'm against corruption in all forms, whether it's on my side or a different side. So you're okay with corruption as long as it's on the Republican side, as long as it supports Republicans and Trump?
No, I'm not okay with corruption, but I'm just trying to say there's certain things that are going to slide at the end of a Christmas Eve where they're supposed to vote on something that's going to get through because it's 2,743 pages and nobody read them all. You do know that, right?
Well, they do read them all.
Okay.
The teams do read them all, the legislative teams. Someone writes all of them. They lied about the contents.
You do realize Elon Musk read that last bill, and he's the one that caught some stuff that the senators didn't.
How did Elon Musk read the 1,500-page document if congressmen couldn't?
You should look. They thanked him even. They said, "Hey, thank you. We saw some of these parts."
How did he read it that fast? Is he a superhuman that can read?
He probably paid people.
Right? What do you think Congress people do? Do you think they do everything by themselves?
No, but I think that they're involved in favors, just like lobbying for the casinos or the oil companies.
Why do you think Elon Musk and Trump wanted to increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion?
Dude, that number is always going to go up. Doesn't matter who's in what.
No, so there was no increase. A decrease was, or an increase was expiring, and one of the main reasons Trump wanted to get this bill blocked, or the CR blocked, the budget blocked, is because he wanted to increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. So if they're going to be about efficient government, why do they want to go into $5 trillion of more debt? And why did Elon Musk get a ban from Chinese investments taken out? Because there was a ban on investing in certain Chinese companies, and Elon Musk got that part taken out as well.
And we should change that, right? I don't feel like any Chinese person should own American land if we can't own their
No,
land.
we're talking about like America. So there was a ban on investments that would have interfered with Elon Musk's business practices. And he interrupted the budget because there was a provision in the budget that had some kind of ban with investing in Chinese companies on behalf of Americans. I'm not talking about China buying up farmland or anything. Elon Musk directly got things taken out of that budget that were going to limit his corruption. And that's one of the big reasons I don't like Elon Musk being involved in this, is because he's doing things to serve him. And right now he's censoring people on Twitter. He's censoring Trump supporters on Twitter right now who disagree with him. Like, that's happening right now.
Yeah, well, Facebook censored everything, okay?
What do you mean everything? What does that mean?
Man, when COVID was happening, you couldn't type, you couldn't make anything about nothing on Facebook. Okay?
What is nothing?
What
What are you talking about? What did you want to post to Facebook that you couldn't?
Well, why don't you ask some of your viewers if they thought Facebook was censored? When you have about an 85, 89% population that agrees with me, you'll know that it was being censored. You can't sit here and say it's not. You know, it's like you back to how many genders there are. There's only 2, bro. Just like Facebook censored everybody. Okay? And
Everybody
like
got censored? Did you get censored?
Yeah, and hey, look what's happening with Facebook right now, because they have a new president, and we know that Mr. Zuckerberg does not like Donald Trump. What did they do? They just sat down at the round table last week because
Trump is threatening to use the government to crack down on political opponents.
Good.
So you like authoritarianism on your behalf, and you like corruption on your behalf, and you like fascism on your behalf.
No, but if Facebook did something illegal, they should seek the consequences.
Well, if you don't have any understanding of what they actually did, then you can justify literally anything, because you're just making up stories at this point. So you're going to be like, oh, well, Trump can do anything he wants now. Elon Musk can do whatever he wants because the liberals did it already.
No, I think there always should be checks and balances. But I just feel like you haven't seen the policy in action yet to equate what's going on. You're
what
just
policy?
seeing it in paper. Well, just like the last bill you talked about Elon doing something in his favor. I think you might have seen one portion of something, and you haven't really, nobody really has seen the actual doing of it. You know what I mean? You're seeing just...
If you ever call in again, I want to talk about more specifics, okay? I want to talk about, like, actual policies. You're saying a lot of, like, he's going to do something, they're going to do nothing, everything got blocked. You have a lot of, vague terminology.
I just talked to you about Texas and them auctioning off all the border fence. You never mentioned nothing about that. That's a fact. That's something that's going on. You just broke.
You have a fact. I'm proud of you. You named a fact.
Okay, good. I'm just saying, you do see your problems, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
With government efficiency, so like, let's say we had materials for a wall that was not going to be built, and we had an order to clear out the, Department of Defense, and we basically we're going to say okay, sell this material that's not being used. Is that like the worst thing that could possibly happen in political history? Are we going to ignore Elon Musk corrupting the budget because of that? Like, is that your hill to die on? That's your one fact for today?
No, I don't think you've seen any corruption in any bill yet. You think you have it. Nothing's came to fruition that you're talking about. It's
the
all
budget got stalled because Elon Musk put a tweet up because he wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to be okay, never mind. Thanks for calling in.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, though, has it?
What hasn't happened yet?
The bill that you're talking about. It has not been.
The budget got passed by the House, a different version of it, but a lot of things got taken out that Musk wanted taken out for his own business interests.
Okay, a different version of it.
And we have Republicans in the House saying that Elon Musk should be Speaker of the House now.
Well, I think we should see how good of a job he can do. Wherever he sits, that he thinks he can help America.
Well, on his made-up fake government, on his fake government office that has a podcast, I hope he does really good on that podcast. Good for him. He made $200 billion already since Trump won. He's going to be the first trillionaire in human history because he's using our government and stealing from American taxpayers. And American taxpayers are too worried about genders, podcasting, and vibes. Like you are to notice it. But yeah, thank you for calling in. I have a lot of people waiting. You definitely feel free to call in a different night.
Some of our money back, dude.
No, but I do appreciate you engaging in this. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a great night, man. But yeah, if you call in a different night, definitely open to the conversation.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you.
Merry Christmas. Have a great.
And remember, there's still only 2 genders, brother. Good night.
Proud of you. All right, see you, man. See, that was good content, right? Where's my community members at? That was good content, right? Okay, I saw someone super chatting a lot about wanting to call in. Mitchell, what number are you, Mitchell? You want to send me? You could text the number as well. So the number on the screen, Mitchell. Well, you could just lie then. I don't know. Which one are you? The guy messaged me. He said, "Call me back. Let's debate. Easy work, kid." Caveman. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to be streaming a lot more, making a lot more videos. So please subscribe, drop a like. I have a Patreon link down below, coffee. I really appreciate Venmo donations because that goes right to my Venmo account. My Venmo, Jolah Politics, and also YouTube memberships, $2.99. And you could help us vote on what emotes to add. I'm going to add custom emotes and a custom channel badge. You can help me decide on that. Thanks, Cam. I can't see your name as much tonight because we have a good sized stream. So I'm not ignoring you guys. You know that. All right.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. My throat's a little dry, a little scratchy, but you know, it's normal to get sick this time of year, visiting a bunch of people, you know.
Yeah, I'm actually, I don't know if it's allergies, but I'm pretty sure I'm sick as well. So you're not the only one.
Yeah, probably around like 50 to 100 people in a small room visiting friends and family in the past week. So yeah, it happens. But yeah, what do you want to chat about?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me think. Well, first of all, let me ask you something. What is something about the right and something about Republicans that you actually can sympathize or agree with? Because everyone can come on here saying, oh, God, you don't agree with this or that, but just tell me, you got to have something.
I sympathize. I'm from a really poor, rural, white coal town. Like I grew up there. It was an old skinhead sundown town, northeast. So I'm used to, 80-20 Trump County. I'm used to talking to a lot of family members who are Republicans and Trump supporters. And I truly do think, and through my own work that I do, looking into this kind of stuff, I sympathize with feeling powerless, feeling isolated, especially in rural areas. But I think the anger that a lot of people feel is being misdirected and being abused and being manipulated by people like Trump. So I can sympathize with a lot of Republican voters who feel like, things are corrupt, the system does not work for them. If they truly have real concerns on that basis, then I can sympathize. But I can't really sympathize with the voter who's like, 3-car garage, 4-car garage, suburban home, a few ATVs, they own a boat, and they complain about immigration and pronouns 24/7. So I can sympathize with the, true working class voter that's being, kind of, in my opinion, manipulated by very rich people. But I don't really sympathize with these very suburban voters. But I do as well. I sympathize with a lot of people on different bases. So I know there's a lot of family issues and stuff that'll make people believe certain things about the world. So yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of it growing up. But as far as the Republican Party, I don't know one Republican politician on the national stage that I can say I respect right now. Maybe, I mean, I saw that one guy, what's his name, Chip Roy. He was talking about like when the budget was being passed, he defied Trump because he said he wants to be fiscally responsible. So I can appreciate Republicans at the politician level that are standing for conservative principles and still being pro-America, and not pro-Russia. I really don't like the pro-Russia Republicans, but yeah, I mean, that's a choppy summary of that.
And what would you say are, if any, like any policies that you could have some support for that a conservative side would support?
I think I'm pretty sympathetic to listening to communities on gun laws, for example. I think Democrats come in with a misunderstanding of not only the relationship Americans have with guns, but also the reasons there is a higher gun death rate among kids, for example, because gun deaths are one of the top causes of death among children. A lot of it is accidental. A lot of it is a lack of education. It's not tied to whatever they classify as assault weapons. So I can sympathize having that be a thing, having a lot of hunting, having a lot of guns. and having that culture and being in a rural area, and you're used to growing up without having the government interfere with things, and you think the government just comes in, and what Reagan said, the worst thing you could hear is the government's going to come help. I can sympathize with the idea that government's going to come mess up your nice rural community, because I think that's not like a result of the government. It's a result of capitalism, in my opinion, and not only capitalism but corruption. That screws over small communities. But I can sympathize with, feeling like cultural elites are coming to change things. But I also don't sympathize when that's used to hate people based on skin color or, I don't know, some type of LGBT issue.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get what you were trying to infer. Are you saying that you support policies that are conservative on gun usage, like, not so much restriction?
I support... I support criticisms they have of the way Democrats do things. Some criticisms they have that true conservatives have. But like I said, I can't really relate much. It's hard because I can't really name. I'm trying to go through a list of policies because I'm in favor of taxing the rich more. I agree with cutting taxes for the lower and working class, but I don't agree with tax cuts for corporations and ultra wealthy. So, I mean, it's hard to, talk about that. I'm in favor of like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because that protects American consumers. Republicans want to get rid of that. I'm in favor of the Department of Education. Republicans want to get rid of that. I'm in favor of public school and public school funding. Republicans want to do like charter schools. So it's hard for me on a policy basis to go through and find like a policy. I could probably find something like tax credits that incentivize. Here's a good one. Releasing regulations from housing so we can increase housing supply in America. That's probably like the main policy that we should be able to agree with. Conservatives on is probably releasing more regulations because there's a big issue with housing in America right now, and a lot of it's because of zoning issues and over-regulation on what housing can be built. So maybe deregulating that a little bit.
Yeah. Did you look that up, or did somebody provide that to you in Discord?
No, I'm looking at the sky right now. I have nothing up.
Oh, okay, all right. So interesting. Now, before I even get into stuff, I want to like establish that kind of middle ground because I've talked to people on call lines, and I think, I mean, I could go all day and just fight what I don't believe with you, but I think we got to learn how to at least agree on certain things before we try to do that. Because, I mean, a lot of people, I've noticed this, I guess, I don't know if you'll agree with it. A lot of people agree that there's an issue, and a lot of the issues we agree on could be fixed if we weren't fighting so much on what we disagree with. Like, a lot of people notice that there's gun issues, like, people being shot and killed in schools. Of course, that's terrible. We all on both aisles could agree with that. On both aisles, we could agree that there's issues with how healthcare is being handled. So that's the first thing I want to do is just kind of get a feel for like what you could see from our point of view, because I'm a conservative, I'm on the right. I've been watching political stuff for a while, but I'm young, I've been watching since I was like a kid and stuff. And I think that I've seen so much polarization and separation that I think that at the rate we're going, that something's not going to go down very well with the country. So is there anything particularly that you think about what I just said?
I just go right to how people have a different reality and a different view of what's actually happening in the world. I know a lot of conservatives talking about immigration being the number one issue, and they say how there's immigrants everywhere being violent and killing and, sexually assaulting and all that kind of propaganda that's been said about immigrants. And I talked to them about what cases they can bring up about immigrants causing issues when it comes to violence in America. And they only bring up the cases that Trump talked about or that J.D. Vance talked about nationally. And I just know if this was the number one issue in Americans' lives, immigration and violent crime from immigration, specifically illegal immigration, if that was the number one issue, and there's really 40 million immigrants like people believe, they'd have more examples. Like, they'd have so many examples. They wouldn't be able to name them all. They'd have more than just what was popularized by the national media. So I just think about disconnecting from what reality is, people becoming isolated on phones. I think we need to bring back community spaces so we could talk about these things in the public and meet each other and meet each other on common ground and be forced to interact as human beings instead of behind a phone screen. I think that's one of the biggest issues we're having right now in the 21st century with the rise of social media, people being put into their bubbles, especially with artificial intelligence, making that issue even worse. And I just think about, even on a policy level, Americans need to be able to tell the difference between the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare. They need to know those are the same thing and not just like hate it because it's called Obamacare and like it because it's called the Affordable Care Act. And when Donald Trump claims that he saved Obamacare when he tried to kill it during his presidency, everyone should be calling him out on that because that's just like an outright lie. And I just don't think we have that right now. Like people should have been saying like Trump should not have lied about Haitian immigrants in Ohio so many times. But I did not see that kind of pushback on the right at all, holding their guy accountable. Meanwhile, on the left, and I don't like the way Democratic leadership conducts the party. I have huge disagreements with that. But if a Democrat, is unpopular or does something wrong, we literally kicked our candidate out of the race because voters had an issue with them. And I just don't hear any criticism from the right at all about Trump. And those issues kind of concern me.
See, what I'm getting for what you're saying, it does seem like you have more polarization within you than what I'm trying to infer. Like, I didn't infer anything in the beginning of this conversation that had to do so much about with what you disagree with, but what we could agree with. So the whole exercise was basically me wanting to prove that. I think that Democrats, and particularly the way that you've operated, have this kind of natural polarization that they're pushing against. And I don't think that it's beneficial. And I'm kind of worried about that. Like the way that you've answered and responded to things, I get it. Like you're trying to answer the question. It's not like you're ignoring it. But it just feels to me that you guys kind of have this inner issue where no matter what it is, you guys don't come to the table full-hearted trying to work with us.
I don't understand how you can make that criticism of Democrats without saying one thing about Republicans not working with Democrats.
I mean, but that's why I'm asking you these questions. You hadn't asked me any of these questions. I could definitely point out things that we haven't done too much that, in regards to working together with y'all, it's not as bad as I think it is with y'all, to be honest.
Okay. What are some things you agree with Democrats about?
What I agree with Democrats about, okay. I do find that the right's view on the Israel and Gaza and Middle East stuff, I do find it a little. Hold on, before we go in and support Israel full-heartedly, let's actually see what's happening. Like, I do believe that Israel had a right to defend themselves, of course, but the way that we are sending a bunch of money over there, yet the damage that's being caused to these countries, I don't exactly agree with it. That's one thing that I could say. That I could side more with the left on.
What
I could
about
also
like
side
supporting
more.
Ukraine then?
Okay, that's another issue. Me personally, my views with Ukraine and Russia is it's a little. Let me think. At first, I didn't know what to think of it. You see this guy Zelensky, and he's over here like hiding in houses and buildings and stuff. He's hiding and stuff, and he's trying to not blow up and die, of course. And they have a right to defend their country. But I think it's getting to a point where we're putting so much money into this that I don't know that I'm a big fan of our sport in it, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not saying that it's not okay to support a country in a need of war, but I think that we're aiding something that necessarily isn't our full involvement that we should have.
And just to center this conversation, because you did say a lot of things about Democrats having internal division or pushing for divisive conversations or just viewing things as divisive. You also need to recognize that Republicans have made it their entire party platform to obstruct Democrats doing things. Like their entire platform is not to build anything, is to stop Democrats from building, to stop Democrats from making changes, and to stop Democrats from like appointing judges. I mean, we had Supreme Court vacancies under Obama a year before the election, and Republicans said this is too close to the election. We need to wait until the election is over to add someone to the Supreme Court. And Democrats were like, okay, we understand that. And then once Trump gets in the office, and we have a vacancy like a few months before an election, Republicans say, oh yeah, by the way, we didn't care about that. We're just going to pound our nominee through no matter what Democrats say. So like Republicans play this game where they're both the bully and the victim, whatever situation they're in. So it creates this environment. And when we see America lead economically, globally after the pandemic, be the number one country economically in a recovery from the pandemic, and then that be used as the number one reason that people did not vote for Democrats. That's insane. Like, it's insane that the public does not connect any of what's materially happening to their vote. The fact everyone's so vibes based is a large result of the culture war. And I could blame some of the approach of like social justice warriors, the stereotype from 2016 or like from 2012 to 2020. But also, Republicans right now, all I'm hearing, even at the local level, is about trans people and bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if you're talking about naturally divisive politics, I mean, one party talks about things they want to get done. The other party talks about only their political opponents and stopping them from doing things.
I believe that's a hasty generalization. I don't agree with that. I think that if you look at a lot of the people that were appointed by Trump, that they do come in with things that they want to do. Tom Homan on the borders is firing off the rocket with things that he wants to do.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of
RFK
people.
Yeah, and that's a plan. That's not like, okay, we're just going to
RFK wants to
remove the
ban
Democrat
vaccines.
policy, not saying. Well, RFK also wants to ban a lot of food chemicals and issues that have been caused from them. So
If he does that, I'll give him credit. But I will also say we would have that in America right now. We would if it weren't for Republicans, because the EU and Canada, for example, we talk about them having foods without these dyes and chemicals in it. They don't have those dyes and chemicals because they regulate these companies. And Republicans blocked Democrats from doing that for not hundreds, but like decades. So if RFK is able to convince Republicans to do that, that'll be fantastic. But I mean, I'll play the lottery that day if that actually happens.
So, but you're contradicting yourself. So you are agreeing that Tom Homan and RFK said that they wanted to do things, yet you're saying, as an overall picture, that we just want to remove things of Democrats. We don't have any plans. So I don't get how you could state that.
So the plans are mass deportations. Number one, that's Tom Homan. Denaturalization of current American citizens who have parents who are undocumented. Removing birthright citizenship, declaring that it's been an invasion into American territory, and removing birthright citizenship. And then RFK, he's very anti-vaccine, anti-polio vaccine, which is one of the marvels of humanity. That's one of humans' greatest achievements is polio and measles vaccine. So he brings that in, and he also talks about preservatives in food. And that's the two things. Is there a policy from Trump that he said this election? Can you name one policy from Trump that's about building things in America through a policy? Did he do something during his first administration to build things? Did he ever get infrastructure done, that kind of stuff?
Okay, well, I'll answer your first question. He already stated that he wants to drop company taxes if they want to introduce manufacturing over having companies overseas. So that already is a policy idea. Sorry, I'm sounding a little funny right now. I'm trying to clear my throat. Yeah, so he already introduced first and foremost that he wants to have companies, corporate-wise, have lower taxes if they introduce a manufacturing base rather than having stuff overseas. So that's already a policy. He did introduce that. Well, you breathe deep right there. What's wrong with it?
I don't know. I don't know. This conversation's kind of dragging. I'm not gonna lie, because I mean, Biden got zero credit at all for tripling American manufacturing, and also Biden did more effective protectionism against China than Trump actually did. So like Trump is able to get credit for these hypothetical policies after he's been president and got nothing done on infrastructure or manufacturing. And meanwhile, Biden tripled manufacturing, quadrupled infrastructure spending through actual policies that passed Congress and gets zero credit for it. But I need to listen to hypothetical policies for Trump in the future where he says he's going to use his like big D energy to command other countries and to threaten tariffs and just to cut taxes if companies move their businesses back to America, showing no understanding of the actual economics around that issue. It's just really frustrating to hear that when no one gave Biden any credit for that, and now Trump's going to get credit for the increased manufacturing spending from the Chips and Science Act and everything Biden passed through the bipartisan infrastructure bill as well. Can you see how that's frustrating?
Well, you didn't let me finish, and also that's a red herring. That didn't have any answer to your question.
All right. I'm not hearing red. Dude. I bring up points about policy, and this guy says that's a red herring, bro. Go to debate class. You're not ready to talk about the real world. You don't want to talk about the real world. Go debate mythology with someone, okay? If you want to use, that's a red herring. Yeah, okay. Go debate mythology. Someone else call. Like I'm not doing that. That's just like mythology, bro. Like I think that there's an internal struggle, and like Trump said he's gonna like do things where he's gonna tell countries and companies to like build in America. And bro, like I think there's an internal division on Democrats that Republicans don't have, bro. Like, did you text Mitchell? Okay, Mitchell, give me one more caller and I'll call you. Okay, Mitchell, are you still here? This person's been waiting in Discord for a while, so I'm gonna chat with them really quick. It's not gonna be a long one. Bro, that's like a red herring, bro. That's like a red herring, bro. Like it's a red herring. Like that's actually a logical fallacy. Nice. I learned logical fallacies in 8th grade. Like if I want to recite logical fallacies for an entire conversation, I can. These are all Lex Fridman viewers and Joe Rogan viewers, I guarantee you. Okay. That's a logic fallacy, bro. Logical fallacy. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate y'all for joining me. Channel memberships are $2.99, and you see the coffee link down there. Okay. I got you next, Mitchell. Hello, I just drug you in if you're here.
I am still here.
Are you the person who texted as well?
Hold on one second. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, I can hear you. Sorry, I had to pause your live stream.
You're good. I just said, are you the person that texted as well?
Yeah, I did text. I enjoyed the last caller a little bit because he started off by asking questions, but I really, really enjoyed your ending on that by saying, "Bro, that's a red herring," because you were completely correct. Yes, it was not a logical fallacy. So if you don't mind, I'd just like to start out. I read Trump is terrible, proving wrong. So, I mean, pick one topic. Why is Trump terrible?
For freedom of speech, threatening to jail Americans over burning the American flag, threatening to deport Americans over protesting, going after select media companies, saying they should have their license removed if they even have like a somewhat unfavorable story about him, suing a pollster in Iowa as well, a pollster that does not make that much money at all. They were just wrong in their poll, the Iowa Seltzer poll. Suing them creates a chilling effect as well across pollsters, where if he's president, that chilling effect will make pollsters scared to do polling and to report on public opinion data, because if Trump does not like what they say in their polls, he wants to open legal grounds to sue them. So on freedom of speech, and also the Trump White House like talking to Twitter about like Chris Teigen, I think her name is, and other mean tweets wanting to take them down. On freedom of speech, that last point's the weakest one. I want to focus on the first 3 or 4 I brought up. I don't care about the Twitter stuff. The Twitter file said nothing interesting in it, really. And Matt Taibbi even said that. But on the other issues with pollsters, media companies, journalists, and like flag burning and protesting, Trump has been very antithetical to American values, in my opinion, on that issue.
Okay, so I mean, I can touch on the flag burning thing, and as far as Trump saying that's definitely a personal thing. There's nothing legally or any grounds he can actually take to stop freedom of speech as in regards to flag burning. Up and to include the Supreme Court ruling that said flag burning is not going to, it cannot be a criminal offense even at the statewide level, right? So is that what we're focusing on, though? Is the freedom of speech that Trump is trying to take away freedom of speech?
Yeah, him, and like I said, the chilling effect, suing the pollster, and his constant remarks, he repeats this very often about how he adores Russia and China and Hungary, and mostly China because they rule their people with an iron fist, and he loves that. And his constant remarks saying that he loves how when Kim Jong-un goes into a room, everyone stands and applauds, and he wishes everyone in America was forced to as well. And he wants to have military parades like you only see in very authoritarian countries, because free countries don't need to have military parades. Their values are self-evident. They don't need military parades to pretend they have strength like Russia does, because they have a paper mache army in Russia. They have a propaganda state more than a military. But Trump wanting to replicate what those countries do, and his aversion to democratic states and liberal states and free state, and by liberal I mean free democracies like France and Canada. I don't like how he makes conflicts with them, and he appreciates authoritarians just because he can get his ego stroked by them.
So Trump, in your opinion, is an egomaniac who looks at dictators and is very happy at what they get from their people because he is a dictator.
And he actively says he wants to use the military on enemies, his political enemies. And you could say like, oh, there's no legal grounds for this, but you could say that for literally every authoritarian regime in history. There always were legal grounds saying that this cannot happen. But things change, and it's not good to even have a leader pushing for those kinds of things, using the military, actively using the DOJ to target people. Like just saying we're going to go after people in the media with the DOJ is insane. And that has a chilling effect, like I said, on the entire freedom of speech in the country. For a president,
yeah, no, 100% agree. Somebody sitting down and saying that they're going to use the government to do anything in regards to the people, especially a constitutionally protected right, is wrong, right? Like I agree with that. But I guess a lot of what you're saying, I'm not 100% aware of, which is probably one of the reasons I'm calling in, is because I want to ask the questions. Where are your sources for any of this that he is trying to stop freedom of speech? Because a lot of the things that I've seen is that the freedom of speech of Americans in general are being attacked right now. And we're not under Trump.
So you can look at Kash Patel speak as well, and you can look at any of these guys talk about how they view the media as the enemy of the people, which I have issues with the media, but they're not the enemy of the people. Even if I disagree with some reporters, if I disagree with some people in the media or media companies, they're not the enemy of the people. And no one, like, you don't have a free, democratic, freedom-loving leader who says that. That's word for word just what authoritarians say. And if you could say, if you want to say Trump's the exception, then cool. But making the enemy of the people to be the media, and also just like science in general, and doctors are also the enemy, and we're anti-vax now in America. Those are all really bad ways to go down. Being anti-intellectual as a principle is just something I try to avoid. And sorry, I forgot your question. I'm a little bit tired, but.
No, that's fine. So along that line, right? I'm very skeptical of things, right? I get that from being an atheist, right? I mean, when I was, brought up as an atheist, I was taught to be skeptical of everything, right? And when you say that the media is the enemy of the people, and that's a very authoritarian thing to say, when we look at the media throughout history that has been, I mean, let's go with like something benign, right? Let's not go to an extreme, but let's go with something benign, like the Canadian News Network, that is politically funded, that is politically moderated, and that is spreading propaganda throughout Canada. And Canadians are just supposed to swallow it and say, yeah, that's a good thing. If somebody were to come up and say, well, wait a minute, that's not the media, and that media is not for the people, and that media is against the people, would they still be an authoritarian?
So I mean, you can say that for anything. So you could say like Russia TV, for example. I would say that's an authoritarian overreach and a propaganda arm of the state, because we can transparently see what they report and how they report. In the same way we can see what the Canadian agency reports. So we could look and see who is in that agency, how they cover the news, what kind of journalism they participate in. And when we talk about journalism and Canada, for example, going after journalists who do print media, who do real research, who do economic reporting, who do reporting on defense issues, who report on trade deals and things happening in the government. That's different from punditry, which is what we see now in America mostly through podcasting or through commentary shows. So that'd be like Tucker Carlson or The Five or Rachel Maddow. Those are all commentary shows. So attacking journalism goes deeper than just, does the government fund something or encourage something? Because we can look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and also make a judgment based on, how much that government is politically influencing it based on their coverage, if they have a bias, if they're sensationalizing things, or if they're just giving as straight of reporting as they can. So that's the difference I would say between like the BBC, whatever is it like CTV, Canadian television? I don't know what that was called.
Yeah,
like
no,
the BBC versus
the
Russian
Canadian,
TV. That's my big difference between those two things. And the Russian TV is going to be an extension largely of the government as well. So if you have an authoritarian leader, like Putin, who's lifelong emperor, essentially dictator, then it's going to be extended through the propaganda arm, is what I would say.
But we could agree that any politically, governmentally funded news media would be a arm of a government, correct?
If we could look at it and say this is 100% political, if they're saying like Trump is saying we're going to make this political in Canada, I would need to look more into how they do their journalism. But you could be government funded and not be political and not necessarily have a huge partisan lean or spread propaganda.
And that'd be one place that I would disagree, right? If I'm getting my money from the government, I'm going to do what the government asks me to do. Right, because that's
we give
that's my
subsidies to companies, and that's not true. Like companies don't have to do everything the government says, and we can look at what the subsidies are and how they're written as well. We can see what if there are any, initiatives or quotas or whatever tied to a subsidy. If there's something they need to do to receive it, that's all publicly available information, and that's why transparency in government is a big deal with funding.
And it's publicly it's public knowledge. It's publicly available information, as you said. Up into a point where the public can understand it, but we're looking at all of these agreements, all of these subsidies, and everything else. And I'm trying to focus on like one thing here, but I'm also trying to follow everything that you're saying as well. But if you look at these subsidies and you look at everything else, and you and me as a layperson, we read this over, and it dawns back onto we don't understand half of this stuff. We look at legalese, we look at all of this stuff and all of this information. And we need to go through 3 filters before we fully understand this. However, if you go back to just the basics, if you break it down, one of the things that I try to do in my life is just minimalize things, right? When I'm looking at information, I minimalize it, right? Take it down to its most basic concept. If you're giving me money to do a thing, I'm going to do the thing, right? I mean, we do it every day in our day-to-day lives. Maybe I'm not sure how much money you make doing your show right now. I'm going to be subscribing and following you and trying to understand your points, maybe even talk to you more. But we look at it, if my company looks at me and says, hey, you need to wear a tie to work every day in order for me to give you money, I'm going to wear a tie to work every day. If the government looks at Canadian News Network and says, hey, you need to report on this, they're going to report on this. The same thing with American media if they're being subsidized by the government. So trust in news media is gone extremely low. I'm sure that you've seen the statistics on that, right? I do not agree that we should be getting all of our information from podcasters, but unfortunately, the only alternative views that we have been receiving have been from YouTube, like your show right now. You are the people that we rely on to get that information.
I mean,
so where is Trump trying to stifle freedom of speech in regards to that?
So the first thing you're saying about subsidies being received by Canadian television, for example, and they need to listen to what the government says, that's just not true. They have different laws in place to ensure transparency for transparent reporting on why decisions are being made, on why certain stories are being run. They have a very clean system. Meanwhile, Trump has been pressuring big tech companies, saying he's going to regulate them and take away subsidies and target them. So like Jeff Bezos, for example, owns Washington Post. There's another billionaire that owns Los Angeles Times. And they have both told their writers they cannot write negative stories about Trump. They have thrown out negative stories about Trump because Trump threatened them. And you can look this up as well. Bezos stopped his editorial board on the Washington Post for making an endorsement. So did the LA Times guy. There was someone who wrote an article about Trump saying that his nominees for cabinet positions should need to go through the regular process to be confirmed. And the LA Times owner threw that out. And now Mark Zuckerberg, Bezos, LA Times billionaire, I forget his name, but all of them are donating to Trump's transition fund. And that's never been a thing ever before. There was never a transition fund where private companies are now donating millions of dollars to Trump's transition. And that's also because Trump is not taking a publicly funded transition. He's making sure he's getting loyalty and confirmations and guarantees of loyalty from corporations instead. And that's why he's doing this. He's privately funding his transition instead of taking public funds, which is another huge point of corruption, because we want public funds to fund elections as much as possible, to fund government functions, because private capitalistic corporate influences are much darker and much more restrictive than government ever is. And I would argue that most restrictive forms of government come as a result of private companies influencing government to be restrictive, because public servants and deep state bureaucrats that Elon Musk likes to yell at, those are some of the best people ever who are bypassing working for private companies, making tons more money, to be public servants and to be public employees, making less money because they really care about the fields they work in. I know it's a lot of information. I am qualified to look at policy. I am very read on it. I don't talk about my qualifications. I don't talk about my qualifications because it's a bad thing now. So like if I bring up my degrees, because I have multiple in policy, and I have done policy I've studied policy and have talked about policy, debated it, and have written about policy with hundreds of pages at a very decently high level. I do have qualifications to look at these policies. But I don't talk about it because being intellectual or having degrees or certifications is looked at as a bad thing now in America. So, I can talk about that if I wanted to. But also, we need to be better at finding what information is true or not, regardless.
So no, I absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I'm not qualified. I don't have degrees to look at policy. I've looked at policy. I've read those pages, right? And I've become understanding of legalese because of my involvement with the legal system, right? But so I'm going to tell you on the back end, you're talking about the deep state and the bureaucracy and everything else, and how some of those guys are good things. I completely disagree with that, right? You also made a statement about how capitalism is what is going to be bad for the system, right? We don't want capitalism to be funding the government because then government officials can become corrupt. I agree and disagree with you in the same sense, right? I think that our government should be separate from our capitalistic society, right? If capitalism wants to fund our government, that's a problem, right? And I think that we need to have a lot more checks on that. I think there need to be laws in place to stop that immediately, right? The fact that a conversation, you can say whatever you want. It's your show, man.
Oh no, I just mean it as were you gonna say talk about like Congress people trading stock by chance?
I was going to mention that briefly. I was going to say that I don't think that we should be doing that at all. But okay, go ahead.
So when we talk about that, I agree. Joe Biden came out in favor of banning Congress members from trading stock. I think presidents should be included as well. I wish Biden would have done that a lot earlier. Trump would have a problem with that because he never divested from his businesses ever. He made a lot of money being president, and so did his family. His family made billions of dollars when he was as a result of him being president. So I definitely agree with that.
No, 100%. I think, and to tell you that Trump didn't make money off of being a president, and that his family and his corporations didn't make money off of him being president. Anybody who supports Trump that looks at you and says he didn't make money off the fact that he became a president is just self-owning themselves. They're not looking at a bigger picture, right? I agree with that.
My biggest issue is with like the Hunter Biden conversation. Jared Kushner, who's Trump's son-in-law, left the White House after getting a free position there and got a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia from Trump allies in private equity. And he never worked in private equity before. And
Yep.
whatever money Hunter Biden made from corruption, Trump's kids have made probably 10,000 times more, and that's not even an exaggeration. There's been
And I
multitude levels more
we
of
could
corruption,
both
but what
agree.
people see is they see, well, Hunter Biden was trying to use Joe Biden's name for leverage. Therefore, if Democrats are corrupt and Republicans are corrupt, I'm not going to say one's more corrupt than the other. I'm just going to choose the party that has better vibes because they're both corrupt. So that's usually the emotional response American voters have, which is why the media voters goes to the right wing, because it's like, oh, if both sides are going to be corrupt, I might as well vote for the more corrupt guys at that point. Like Trump, at least Trump said he's going to use his corruption on my behalf.
Yeah, I mean, at least Trump's corrupt, and he tells me I'm going to be. He tells me I'm going to be corrupt. And I mean, as far as the voter you're talking to, didn't look at it like that. The voter that you're talking to said, "I'm going to vote for the guy that's going to mess with me less," right? And I believe Trump is going to mess with me less. Do I believe Trump is going to get more rich being in the White House? Absolutely. Right? Do I believe that Biden got more rich being in the White House? Absolutely. Do I believe that our entire political class is becoming more rich being in politics? Yes. But to sit down and say that, oh, well, the bureaucracy is good, the bureaucracy gives our legislature, our judicial branch, our executive branch, everybody, it gives them cover. And to sit down and say the bureaucracy is good, it's not. It's not.
Bureaucracy is
These
100%
guys.
a good thing. Bureaucracy is 100% a good
No,
thing. I'd be completely
no,
against
it's not.
that. 100% a good thing.
So like I said, the reason that I'm against that is because we created we did not create. The government created the bureaucracy to help them. And they said, we're going to create this and we're going to oversee it. And they have lost oversight. They have lost everything that they've been looking at, which is why we're getting into the rabbit hole of the CIA and MK Ultra and everything else, right?
Okay, but
So we
this
can
is
all
a
agree that
big
MK
thing
Ultra
though.
is not a good thing.
I know government bureaucrats. And if anyone says that government bureaucrats are a huge issue in America and they're listening to Elon Musk say that and they think Elon Musk is on their side, they are a very bad word for people who are not very smart. Like that is such a bad opinion. Like it's just not true at all. Like the idea that deep state bureaucrats are the issue and not the richest man in the world buying access to the presidency, and Trump just saying openly, Elon gave me money, therefore I need to give him power now. That's so much worse. And I just hear deep state bureaucrats, and these are literally people who went to school for policy and now they want to work in policy. Like these are not like scary people, but no one knows about it, so they see it as this big like scary thing.
But when I say MK Ultra, right, I'm going to the extreme. All right. And I really need to teach myself to get off that whole deep state comment because it's not deep state, right? It's the bureaucracy, right? You look at our alphabet agencies and everything else, and unfortunately, I'm not I'm not a Republican who just said, "Oh my God, all of a sudden the FBI is targeting everybody and I don't like the FBI anymore." I'm a guy who didn't like the FBI like in the beginning because they've gained more power, right? The ATF gaining more power, right? California said, "Hey, we're going to legalize marijuana," and the ATF is like, "We're going to raid those marijuana facilities." That's wrong. 100% wrong. Right? The ATF needs to stay out of California's business. California wants to legalize marijuana. California needs to be allowed to legalize marijuana. And that's what I mean when I say the bureaucracy is a bad thing, because the ATF is unelected people who are coming in to your state, telling your state what you should do from the federal government. And this has been under Republicans and Democrats. Right.
But that's
And
a function
I'm
of the federal
hoping
government. That's the way our government was supposed to be ran, like according to the Constitution. Like when we had the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. Like the executive branch needs to hire people to carry out executive functions, and that's why you have heads of departments. That's why you trust the president to do that. And also, the
no.
idea that we need to get rid of departments like they want to do now is the complete wrong mentality. If you want to improve with a real, but they don't want to improve anything. you can improve these agencies without completely eliminating them or ruining their purpose.
So you like the ATF? You agree with the ATF's purpose?
I don't know enough about the daily functions of the ATF. I mean, it's definitely something that should exist.
Okay, why?
Because I imagine there's reasons that there may be crimes that would be investigated by ATF. I don't know.
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's what they do, right? The FBI's Federal Bureau of Investigations. I mean, the FBI, its original purpose
Yeah, we
was
care about
designed
firearms trafficking across borders. We care about trafficking of people, firearms, drugs. Like we care about making
but
keeping
the
track of
ATF's
terroristic threats.
But the ATF's function and terroristic threats now are covered by the Department of Homeland Security, right?
I mean, I think it's good to have an agency that could help monitor explosives in the U.S. and regulate explosives, and also if you have explosives, have a agency that can monitor that and decide what kind of licensing someone needs to have explosives.
I mean, so yes and no, right? I mean, the regulation of explosives in the private sector is going to be monitored by OSHA, which is another alphabet agency, right? So if I'm a demolitions guy, that's monitored by OSHA. If I am the federal government and I am an army soldier, those explosives are monitored by nobody. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, right? Alcohol, the reason that they're monitoring alcohol is because just like marijuana, it's extremely easy to craft. And if you're crafting alcohol, we need a government agency to make sure that we monitor that. Tobacco is extremely easy to harvest, extremely easy to make. We need a government agency that can monitor that. Firearms, they're not monitoring the firearms coming inside and outside of our borders. They're monitoring the firearms because of federal firearms licensure, which is within the United States.
Well, yeah, they monitor trafficking too of weapons. They do monitor trafficking. But just in general, if we go down a list of federal agencies, most of them do a really good. If they want to stop, like, for example, people going from, it's called the revolving door, going from public organizations to private and back and forth, I would be okay with some type of short pause on that at certain positions. But even that, you want to have private sector employees go and work for the government who are talented. But like the issue that I see with a lot of this is a lot of these agencies have been crafted to fail by Republicans who don't want to fund them correctly, who don't want to give them the proper initiatives. And much of the issue with the way these agencies carry out laws is because Congress writes terrible laws. Because the executive branch, they follow guidance given by Congress. So, I mean, a lot of these issues we're placing on federal bureaucrats, deep state bureaucrats, and also just like federal employees in general. And it's not their fault. And if we want to fire 80% of the federal workforce, that's just like a bad idea economically. It's a bad idea for our country's stability. There's a lot of different functions that are carried out that we can't even get into right now because there's so many different things the federal government does. But they talk about like making federal employees come into the office, and I'm pretty sure like 90% of federal employees are not even located in DC. Like they're located all throughout the country, and a lot of state programs are funded by federal grants, and they want to cut those as well.
I'm pretty sure the 80% that they're talking about are the 80% located in DC. I mean, I agree with you that there are federal employees that are outside of DC, but I'm pretty sure that we're talking about the 80% that are located within DC that are working from home, that are not coming into the office buildings that we're paying for.
Coming into the office is just dumb, though. Like, if you don't need to come into the office to do your work and you have the same productivity, I don't know why you'd force people to and that's not efficient to make us spend more money on office space. Like, we should be, cutting down on office space and letting them work from home. Less congestion on the highways, less consumption of gas, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, why? I mean, the one thing that I felt that we've gained from COVID is that companies, corporations, and businessmen, they can't get it through their heads that business is not conducted the same way it was conducted 20 years ago, right? I mean, yeah, let's get rid of the buildings. Why are we pulling our federal workers back to the buildings? Let's sell the buildings. Let's sell the land. This is, federally owned land. We can take some of this money back.
It could even be repurposed.
No, I agree.
Repurposed for other uses as well. Like there's a lot of different things you could use for commercial. I mean, that's one of the reasons that Elon Musk and a lot of billionaires are against work from home, because they want to fund their commercial real estate. They want to have office space leased out.
And I mean, and if that's definitely something that Elon Musk is like trying to do, I disagree with that, right? Like, I mean, I work in a corporate high rise, and my company is sitting there saying, "Hey, our guys got to come back to work," and I just laugh at them as they say it. I'm like, okay, you
but
make
even
more money now without them coming to work than you do with them coming to work.
so, before I bring in another caller, and definitely call in other nights, I'll be on a good amount in the next month. So
I'm gonna
Donald Trump's
subscribe to you, man, and I'm
presidency.
gonna follow your Discord. Just hit me up when you need me.
Yeah, I appreciate that. If you see me on and I don't have any callers, definitely hop in. But when I talk about Democrats and Republicans, Democrats are so much closer, and we could talk about this a different day, but Democrats are so much closer to getting corruption out of government or having less corruption. And people say, like, oh, Democrats give people favors too, blah, blah, blah. Yes, they do. But there is still a difference between someone who, I don't want to use any edgy examples for
Look, man,
purposes.
go ahead. You're not talking to a person that's going to
Oh
hit you up.
no, for real life
Any of the
purposes, I don't want to use any
Republican
edgy
talking.
examples.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to use an example of scope. No, I mean for like real life, I don't want to say anything on camera that's like crazy. But like in terms of scope, you do like one person does something morally bad, another person does something like one person does one morally bad thing, another person does that times 1,000. That's Republicans and Democrats right now. Even though there is corruption on both sides,
Yeah.
that both sides is not the same. Elon Musk and Trump want to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is an agency that is very cheap, and it protects American consumers. It caps interest rates. It gives Americans money back from companies that screw them over. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is amazing. It's extremely popular. It's extremely popular. It's only not liked by billionaires that want to screw people over, which is why Elon Musk and Trump want to get rid of it. So something like that, I'd keep an eye on. Trump's presidency, his administration, in 2016 was by far the most lobbyist heavy and most wealthy administration of all time. Trump set records in 2016 because of that, and he's breaking those records. He's shattering those records with lobbyists and loyalists and billionaires and total net worth now. And we are seeing the closest thing to a complete billionaire takeover of all facets of government that we ever saw right now. And Biden's administration did have some like lobbyists, sure, but there were a lot of public servants there. So notably, Lena Khan with the FTC has been fantastic with consumer regulations, protecting consumers. And Trump is going to fire her day one. So at least like Biden's presidency had a mix of public servants and your typical political stuff. But now Trump has like exclusively tech bros, crypto bros, pyramid scheme guys, multi-level marketing scheme guys, scammers, like financial fraudsters, and we can go through a list a different night. But I would just keep that in mind and watch that as the Trump presidency continues and see if anything, like see if any policy passes that is anti-worker and pro Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and pro Silicon Valley and pro billionaires, and see if that correlates to who's in the office.
Look, I appreciate all the time that you gave to me to talk to me. If you'd like, I'm following you on Discord already. I'll say on Discord, you want to shoot me a topic someday, I'll do my research on it on my end, and we can discuss. I'm sure that we will agree upon some things. We will disagree upon other things. But like I said, one of the biggest things I can tell you right now I disagree with you on is the administrative state. I hate it. Right? Like 100%. I think that, I mean, and this just comes from me trying to build a deck in my backyard, right? I had to look over not only my state code, I had to look over my local code, I had to look over my local code, and then my local code referenced, administrative code. I had to look over 4 code books before I could even decide if I was going to build my deck, right? And that's what got me to start researching, like you said. I mean, you were very knowledgeable on this. It got me researching the administrative state, and I was like, wait a minute, why do we need all of these things to say that I have to have? I can build a deck finally, right? And that's why I got into that. So
I understand that, but also in other countries, houses fall apart, like buildings just collapse, and also they go to the store and TVs blow up and their food is diseased. Like America is very lucky, and our regulations as far as building and everything goes. I have worked with bad contractors. You could argue like if there's certain things in the code that don't make sense, you can talk about that. But also, you have to remember that we're making laws for the person that's going to mess it up. You know, in the same way that we schedule class around the person who needs to, you know, helping the person who needs the most help in class get through school, we design laws at the lowest common denominator to make sure that people are not building decks and housing that is going to collapse and be a safety hazard. So maybe you can look at that and be like, these are dumb regulations. Who would ever need this? Who would need to follow these rules? Like, this is stupid. Like, why do I need to go through all these agencies? I could show you 50 people that I know in my phone book that need more rules because they're gonna make even more dangerous structures. So like
right?
maybe
But
I think maybe the government just needs to be a more streamlined way to approach it. Maybe they need a more modern approach that maintains the integrity and intention of the laws and books, but with a new modern approach that's more convenient, that also gives people the tool to not have so much of a hassle with that kind of thing. But we also are kind of lucky to be in a country that cares about that enough. So I mean, there's a double-edged sword, I'd say.
And that's what I agree with you on, right? It's a double-edged sword, right? But what I did was I took that from the micro level with me building a deck, and I started looking at the macro level. And that's where I started to say, why do I need all of these regulations at the federal level? I mean, you can look it up when you drop the call from me. You can look it up. 33% of Americans violate laws every day, and they don't even know it. Right? And that's what needs to change. You know, because these administrative, the bureaucracy that you're talking about, these administrative areas affect our daily lives and make us criminals to the point where me putting a deck in my backyard, as much as you have people in your phone book that need to know, hey, don't dig here because you might hit a gas line, right? Those people, even when there's no gas lines around, even when they call and they do everything else, they're still being regulated by laws on their books. It's crazy.
Yeah, but do you see how this is kind of and I'm going to use offensive terminology, but it's not meant to be offensive. But do you see how this is a really emotional 21st century kind of pampered issue to have?
Oh yeah, I actually talked to a bunch of Mormons, and when I was talking to my Mormons, they looked at me and they said, "Well, that's a first world issue." And I was like, "What? What?" And it was like, "Yeah, first world problems." So yeah, this is definitely an issue that is just very unique to America, right?
I think Trump is the result of a lot of Americans being pampered for a long time. I think the good times are creating weak people, and I think Trump is the result of that. And there's a reason why there's an economic crash, why they elect Biden and Obama. They elect Democrats when there's economic crashes, and then when things get good again, they elect Republicans. It happens like the Democrat versus Republican job creation is like 50-1. It's actually insane.
I mean, you know what? Hit me up on the Trump creating weak people topic, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah,
Because like
definitely.
I mean, I don't think I agree with that too much. But I might, like, after doing a little bit of research, I might.
Well, all I hear
And the
from
only
Trump
reason I
supporters
say
right now
that,
are pronouns and podcasts and vibes. That's like the new thing. It's just like, oh
well,
yeah, well Trump went on the
yeah,
podcast and he has good vibes. Like I don't know his policies, but
but I mean, if you want to take that on the alternate, right? We were looking at just news articles all the time about how Kamala's brat and how Kamala's got vibes and how this is just a feel good, a political run,
yeah, but that's the media too. You're buying into the media's narrative, not the campaign's narrative, because the
right?
campaign was
And I
trying to
mean,
be about like small businesses. They were talking about small businesses and child tax credits and expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs and that kind of stuff. I don't know one
yeah,
policy Trump had on healthcare or anything.
and I mean, to be honest with you, like I kind of agree with that, right? Like, it was the media's narrative, and I agree with you a lot. I mean, there was a local law that was supposed to give like a $25,000 subsidy to businesses that offered childcare. And I was like, well, that's great. Let's do that. And a bunch of Republicans said no. And I was like,
Yeah.
that's Why are we doing this? Like, yes, like definitely if we have the money there, offer the subsidy. But yeah, no, I mean, I agree that we dig into the media narrative. I agree that we dig into everything else, and yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, but it's like Trump is immune to the criticisms on the right. Like that's why I don't make videos criticizing Kamala, because the right, like, they don't do that with Trump. And the final thing too, like, I'm gonna respond to someone in the chat who said something about the Democrats controlling media. Like, CNN and MSNBC, they were talking about inflation with incorrect numbers. They were buying into the Trump narrative on inflation and grocery prices. Like, groceries were cheaper for Americans in 2024 than they were in 2019, according to real wages versus grocery costs, because our wages rose more, even for the poorest Americans, rose more than grocery prices did. There were issues with childcare, housing, and healthcare costs, but groceries were the last thing to worry about. And CNN, MSNBC all supported the Trump framework on that. They're all corporations. They don't support Democrats because Democrats want to raise taxes on corporations. But everyone thinks CNN is some far left organization because they were called the Clinton News Network. I literally showed someone a graph earlier from Trump's campaign, and he's like, I don't know if I trust that because it's on the Washington Post. But it's like this is literally just a graph from Trump's campaign, but it's on the Washington Post. It's like that is the woke mind virus right there. Is that your brain can't disseminate any fact anymore because it's like looking for like I don't know.
I was actually watching at the point where you were showing that guy the chart, and I was like, man, like, and I was like, dude, fuck, like, do it, say the thing, and he's like, I'm not gonna say the thing. I'm like, okay, here we are. But yeah, no, I agree, right? I mean, you've got the woke mind virus, you've got this whole Trump mind virus, right? And it is two sides clashing. And we can't just talk about the issues. We can't talk about the information. We can't talk about anything else. And the last caller you had right before me, like, I thought he started out great. He asked you the question, right? And I was like, oh, this is going to be good. I can drop off the call. I can go to bed. And he asked you the questions. You gave really good responses. And then he was like, but yeah. And what about this? And I'm like, oh God, here we are.
Well, he messaged me after saying, haha, you conceded, LOL. You just simply could not answer questions without contradictions. Like, that guy's a dork. He's just a dork.
Yeah, no, like,
but the presidential debate, Kamala Harris was talking about policies constantly in that debate. Trump would not talk about one policy or one fact about the world whatsoever. Trump was on a complete different world, different planet. And people watched that debate and could not disseminate who won. And I'm like, Kamala's talking about the child tax credits and building more homes and incentivizing home builders and tax deductions for small businesses and expanding Medicare to negotiate more drug costs. And it's like Trump is talking about the dogs and the cats and the dogs, and people watched that and they couldn't. They said both candidates were clashing in the same way about not having logic and facts. And it's like, no, like, Trump created this environment where we can't talk about facts anymore. Trump created this vibes-based environment where we talk about bathroom bills 24/7 and we don't talk about infrastructure. We don't even know what a bridge is anymore. We just think that there were magical structures that spawned in from heaven that take us 50 miles over the ocean. We don't even think for a second that when we pay in the taxes, how expensive infrastructure is in America that's maintained. Like, any American making less than $200,000 is getting back money from the government because of how much infrastructure costs. And they just don't know it. Like, everyone thinks they're being screwed over by the government and taxes when in reality, we're pampered. We're pampered in America. We are a rich country. We are lucky to be in America. Like, and now I need to be the God-loving, freedom-loving, patriot, Constitution-loving American because the Republican Party worships a bunch of bullshit now. Like, it's so frustrating.
So look, I can agree with you making that statement that we in America do not know how pampered we are. We definitely are so pampered, right? We have no idea. Like, you cannot displace Americans to Somalia. You cannot displace Americans to anywhere. I mean, like, name the African continent, right? Like, insert African continent name here. Insert Ukraine. Right? Insert, Gaza, insert Israel, insert anywhere that is not America. They do not know how pampered they are, right? I can agree with that. But the infrastructure stuff, that should not be handled by Biden. That should not be handled by the federal government. That should not be handled by anything else. The only thing the federal government should be worried about is the interstates, right? The interstates
Well, it was funded by the government.
designed-
No, I mean, I'm saying it was funded. The infrastructure bill was funded by Congress, and then the money was given to states, and states built the infrastructure. And Republicans
but
that voted
why?
against the infrastructure bill were able to take credit for that bill.
And what I'm saying is why. I mean, I
Because
don't
we
know
need
where
funding
you
to come
live,
from
but
the
I
federal
live in the state
government.
of
We need the money
Pennsylvania.
to come from there, or the states don't have enough money to build roads and bridges. And the entire country's economy,
No.
the entire world's economy is tied together. So strengthening infrastructure helps small businesses, it helps travel, it helps
Again,
corporations. Infrastructure
I
helps
live-
everyone.
I live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, right? And in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I pay a lot more taxes to my state to take care of that. And the state looking at me after I pay all of those taxes, and the state looking at me and going, well, we still just don't have enough. That's wrong.
I mean, they
Right?
rebuilt
Why-
the bridge near
why are you-
Philadelphia in like a day.
They say again?
The bridge that collapsed in Philadelphia, they rebuilt in like a day. In Pennsylvania, they have really good infrastructure in PA.
From us. Yes, from us. So why
Josh Shapiro
do
does a
we
great
need-
job. Because for bigger projects that aren't just
Yes,
repair
you're right.
projects,
Josh
we need money
Shapiro
from the
does a
federal
great job.
government. The federal government can borrow money and finance money in a way that states can't. That's the reason federal government.
So why can't everybody be like Josh Shapiro?
Because different states.
Why is it that in Pennsylvania?
To be honest,
we have I mean, I'm a Republican talking to you.
well,
Why
all the
is it in
Republican states would
Pennsylvania-
not be able to fund anything without the federal government. Like Republican states are the biggest leechers. I don't want to say leechers because I support it, but like West Virginia takes a lot more. Like West Virginia versus Pennsylvania. West Virginia takes like 3 times as much welfare and 3 times as much government subsidies and 3 times as much federal spending for infrastructure because they don't have the money to match it. But we still want roads connecting every state, good infrastructure because it helps everything. It helps car maintenance. It helps literally everything.
Well, we didn't need roads connecting every state until we had the interstate bill, right? The interstate bill was supposed to be for military transport.
But that helped
Right,
our
the-
economy. That
the
supercharged our economy doing that. Like infrastructure from
Oh,
the New
yeah,
Deal
absolutely.
supercharged our
The
economy.
state
That
thought-
allowed the free market growth to happen after the New Deal.
Yeah, the state sat down and they were like, well, wait a minute, if we connect interstates, we get money. I completely agree that we got more money off of that. But that money comes from those federal income taxes, the state income taxes. And why is it that we cannot all be like Florida? Why is there no state income tax in Florida, but there's
Because
state income tax in
Florida, okay,
Pennsylvania?
think about what Florida is. Think about Florida versus Pennsylvania. Think about what the number one funding is for Florida. Do you know what their number one tax is? Their tax revenue?
I would go to say tourism.
Yeah, it's sales tax because they have a beach at literally, they're a peninsula. They have a beach for like 90% of their border. So they're able to generate money that other states can't for free, essentially, because they're going to get that money regardless. And then they get federal subsidies for all the hurricanes. So like Florida is able to do that because it's Florida. Like they have a cheat code. They don't need to do anything. That's easy governing. That's why they can elect bad governors, because they can just like spawn money out of nowhere and eliminate federal income tax. But other states need to be more creative to do that. That's why we need the federal program to make things more even for states that don't have these economic advantages, because most of our production, like California produces 15% of our country's GDP. California could be its own country and be more powerful than Canada and more powerful than most European countries. New York and California probably make up 1/3 of our country, or not 1/3, but close to 1/4 of our country's total GDP. But New York and California subsidize the red states and keep it together, which I think is a good thing. But red states don't appreciate that.
Yeah, I disagree with that entirely. Right?
Yeah, we'll get into that
I
a
mean,
different night.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I know I've took up a lot of your time.
Oh no, you're good.
I
You're good.
apologize. Thank you for the conversation, though.
No, our most prosperous periods in American history came after huge government investments, and we'll talk about that next time. Yeah.
All right, yeah, hit me up and let me know, and I'll do my research on the topic, and I'll make sure I talk to you about it.
All right, have a good night. Thank you for hopping on.
Yep, I'll shoot on to the live stream.
All right, appreciate it. Wow. Please drop a like and subscribe. Make sure you join the Discord. You get notifications on there. We have conversations in there. Sometimes there's a voice chat, a VC with just the viewers in there talking about different political topics. Make sure you join the Discord, like and subscribe. Appreciate that. We just hit 100 likes for the stream tonight. Really appreciate that and that support. Follow me on TikTok as well. I need to get 1,000 subscribers on TikTok so I get more reach on there. It's at Jolah Politics, JOLAH Politics on TikTok. Yeah, it's $2.99 for channel memberships. Really helps me do this. I'm currently making around $2 an hour for the average of when I stream. So channel members are appreciated. I have Patreon, Coffee. Like I said, TTS is down there, text to speech. If you donate through Coffee, the link that you see on the screen. Thank you for the support. We got a lot more subscribers tonight. Yeah, we got good growth tonight. Thank you. This is my first day back. My throat is killing me. My throat is killing me. So I appreciate anyone donating to my cough drop fund. Help me buy cough drops. XRM50, thank you for the $20. And I will open up the phone lines for the phone number again in a second. I'm going to respond to the super chat first. Thank you, mods, and my normal viewers for being in chat and dealing with it. Appreciate that. XRM550, thank you for $20. You're wrong. What was the U.S.'s ROI during 2016 to 2020? Now contrast that to any 4-year term from 1972 to 2016. Your head explode? Question mark. If not, check that ROI from 2020 to 2024. Trump's QOL for the majority of the U.S. was the best in 50 years. But if you talk to economists, they will tell you that structure was set up by Obama's economy because Trump did not make economic changes that resulted in higher ROI. So like Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we can't really track what the effects were of that to the economy because our economic growth actually slowed after that. So 2016 to 2020, if you are going to say we had our highest economic growth, that's from Obama. Like there's nothing Trump did. You'd have to say what Trump did to do that. And I don't even know. I mean, I could look up Obama's presidency more. That was a long time ago, huh? Thank you, Nope. Oh, is that you, Nope? Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Yeah, help him keep the show going. I will bring on disagreeers, all that kind of stuff. My throat's killing me, bro. My throat's gonna be hurting tomorrow after talking for so long. I do it for the love of the game. I love the game. All right, the phone is open again. Whoever calls first gets to talk. Hi, A Golf. Do you want to be a mod, A Golf? A Golf, if you want to be a mod, at me in chat. Put at Jolah and just say you want to be a mod. I'll make you a mod if you want to be one.
Call from
Midnight Paradigm.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, call from
Midnight Paradigm.
Hello?
To accept, press 1.
Hello?
To send a voicemail.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I had to mute the back channel, I guess.
Oh, that's probably what I heard then, because I heard that. Okay, I heard the echo from that. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, not much, man. Am I live?
Yep, you're live. Everyone can hear you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for taking the call.
Yeah,
Are we going to get back to the topic?
Which topic?
Trump is terrible. Prove me wrong.
Sure.
All right, so I've listened to a lot of your calls here lately, and you mentioned at one point you said something about how Trump has all these billionaires and all the tech bros and all these Wall Street guys, and I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts on Sam Bankman-Fried? And do you think he has a close relationship with the left? And do you think there may be some corruption over there?
So he's even said, I'm pretty sure, that he purposely donated to far left causes at the time because he wanted a good public persona. I forget where I saw that. but there is evidence that he donated to Democratic politicians because that would help his optics at the time, in the same way that like Elon Musk donated to Democrats for a long time before he wanted to switch over to get more power with Trump. So I don't know if there's any exact ties with him to Democrats.
Well, it's not necessarily the ties that we should be looking at. I think we should be looking at the way they handled his trial. I think that's what we should be looking at. Do you think there were some sketchy dealings going on there with the Sam Bankman-Fried trial and the results of that trial?
I honestly don't know enough about this to comment on it. So, I mean, you could tell me if you have a big opinion on that or what happened in the trial that you think is weird, but I did not look into his case that much as far as the trial is concerned.
I'm the only reason I bring it up is because you mentioned the dangers of Trump, and I'll agree that with this current administration coming in, there are plenty of dangers with, just like with any other administration. But I'm not necessarily a MAGA Trumper, so I don't just follow Trump blindly and support him 100%. I can definitely see some dangers in this administration, but when I'm looking at what you stated about his incoming administration is top heavy on billionaires, and you talked about all the groups that were joining the MAGA tribe, I wanted to know if you had that information about SBF to contrast Trump versus the previous administration or the Democrats, because that Sam Bankman-Fried story, I remember following it, and I remember it getting really sketchy. And so it looked like there was some corruption on the left dealing with the SBF. And also, we talked about the tech bros. You don't remember the hearings that they had in Congress where they're talking to Mark Zuckerberg, the Instagram CEO, where they're talking about them colluding with the FBI? You don't remember RFK going and talking about how his free speech was attacked by this administration? Like, because we're talking about free speech, and you mentioned how what Kash Patel was saying, but we have actual congressional hearings where information is coming out where Democrats are literally attacking free speech, and the FBI is basically threatening social media platforms.
So the FBI did not threaten social media platforms. They gave suggested guidance on certain topics, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if there's evidence that the FBI, forced a social media company's hand. And the official testimony from FBI director appointed by Trump said that, saying that they did not ask social media companies to censor information or suppress information when it comes to any national security threats. So, yeah, I just don't see.
Well, here's actually what they did. They reached out to Zuckerberg and Instagram prior to the breaking of the Hunter Biden laptop story, and they warned them that Russian misinformation will be coming out. And basically, so you got to ask yourself, if the FBI approaches you and warns you not to do something, or they warn you that, hey, this is coming out and it's going to be misinformation, would that influence your decision to share that information freely? Would it influence your decision? Yes or no?
I would say how you talk about the laptop story and what information comes from that is a huge deal. So if you say, for example, that there's evidence on the laptop that Joe Biden was involved in extreme corruption and took money from Ukraine and purposely forced Ukrainian companies to give him money, and there was, if you lie about that and say there was collusion there, then I think that's something you should give warning about, that there is a story coming out about the president's son. But this happened in 2020. So the FBI, that was Trump's FBI that did that, right?
Not necessarily. It was the FBI under Trump's administration, but you got to remember, this is the same FBI that was spying on him during his campaign. It's not like it was a completely different FBI. That Sturzak guy, these guys are still in the FBI during Trump's administration. These are the same guys that we found their text messages where they were saying, we're not going to let him become president. This is the same FBI. And that's what's weird about it.
I think that's justified, though, because like Paul Manafort, for example, was literally a Russian disinformation agent in Ukraine from 2004 to 2014. and almost got arrested for that. He was tied to huge corruption scandals, and he ended up leading Trump's campaign in 2016. So when you have someone like that leading Trump's campaign, it makes sense to be monitoring them because, I
Well,
mean, just
that's
him
neither here nor
alone,
there.
Paul
You asked
Manafort's record in Ukraine is wild.
The question you asked was that Donald Trump's FBI? And I'm telling you that the answer is no. Yes, he was the current president. He's the commander in chief. He's the head of the executive branch, and they do fall under the executive branch. But when you look at the actual information, the FBI was absolutely working against Donald Trump.
And it was a different FBI. It was categorically a different FBI. Their house got cleaned, and Trump nominated someone else when he became president. So it was not the same FBI that monitored him during his campaign, either.
Say that again.
It wasn't the same. You said it was the same FBI that monitored his campaign that also said the thing about the emails.
So how many people changed seats between Obama and Donald Trump in the FBI? How many people actually came and went?
Wait, are you saying, okay, just in general, are you saying that Paul Manafort does not justify surveillance as a national security threat?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how the FBI determines what a national security threat is going to be, and I don't think that's where I.
Do you think Paul Manafort being a Russian disinformation agent, explicitly doing that in Ukraine for 10 years, do you think that's a cause for concern for Americans if there's a Russian disinformation agent running a presidential campaign?
I'm honestly, and I'm not trying to play aloof or anything like that. I'm not really familiar with the Paul Manafort situation, which is why I'm not trying to talk about it.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that's something that's very open, public information that's very easy to find. And we're talking right now about deep state FBI agents that we have no proof of. And you're saying there's some people in the FBI that were the same, and we can prove there were legitimate concerns with Trump and his his campaign in 2016. Why they'd be monitoring it.
I named Sturzak. Sturzak was the guy that was emailing. Sturzak was the guy that was having an affair with an FBI lawyer, and they were having a conversation via text that ended up going public, where she was.
How do you spell
lamenting about Sturzak? Man, I don't know. Strzok. Sturzak was one of the guys that was like, he's not going to get elected. Like he was a never Trumper that was in the FBI that was a part of the Russiagate spying on Trump, and he wasn't removed from his position prior to Trump. He stayed in as an FBI agent, and
he was fired in 2018. I guess
he was fired in 2018.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what it says. After the affair came out, after the text messages came out, he got fired in 2018. After that happened, he was dismissed from the FBI.
Well, I thought there was some carryover into Trump's administration with
it was a little bit. It was so it came out early 2017, and then he was on the hot seat for a few months. But then I think it was a year into Trump's presidency, he got officially fired.
Yeah, I figured
apparently he won a settlement. He won a settlement from wait a second. He won a $2 million settlement with the FBI. Sturzak did.
I'm sure he did. That's why they don't fire people they don't fire bureaucrats, because you end up giving them large settlements for the duration of their contract if you terminate their contract. That's why.
No, he sued them. He sued them for the text being let me see. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fire government officials, but I'm trying to see what this actual settlement was for. And I know nothing about the.
The only reason I'm bringing up the Sturzaks of the world is because these guys are in the FBI, and the FBI is providing cover for guys like that, and so were the Democrats, where they were. In fact, there was one point in politics where the left was warning Trump to stop talking shit. I mean, I'm sorry for cursing on your platform. They were warning Trump to stop talking negatively about the FBI, because the FBI had the power to really stick it to politicians, including presidents. And so, but again, this conversation started when you asked, who was in the FBI or whatnot. I don't think Donald Trump ever controlled the FBI, which is why he went the extreme to go with Kash Patel, someone who is referred to as a loyalist. He's got PTSD from his last term as president because so many people that were supposed to be working for him were actually stifling anything he was trying to do in office.
Would you not say he's a loyalist, Kash Patel?
No, I would. I'm saying that Donald Trump surrounding himself with loyalists is the result of the people being close to him in his last cabinet actually working against him.
Yeah, but I mean, it was for pretty legitimate reasons. So like he sees people like he picked JD Vance because JD Vance said he would, certify he would have certified the election that Mike Pence did not certify, or he would have certified the wrong. Yeah, he would have not certified the 2020 election. So I mean, there's bad things Trump wants to do as well for why he wants to get rid of anyone that'll check his power.
So here's my question, because I hear the left, they're always screaming loyalist. But when I look at the left, I don't see anyone actually dissenting on the left. Everyone on the left is pretty much in this occult-like rank and file system where they do not disagree with the left. Who's the lady who's that big time mega donor for the Democrats who's now kind of defecting and seeking a home in MAGA in the MAGA Republican Party, the Asian lady.
Linda Lee or whatever her name is.
Yeah, so she came out and she critiqued the party for wasting $1.5 million of donor campaign money. She came out and critiqued them and was like, "Look, we got to fix this." And the entire party. But here's the deal: in this situation, whether we want to classify her as a grifter or not, she came out and said, "Okay, well, I don't." Okay,
she's undergone like 5 extreme ideological shifts in 5 years. She runs to wherever she can get money from. I'm familiar with her.
Can we break them down? What were her 5 extreme ideological shifts?
First, she was a Bernie or buster. So she was like, I'm going for Bernie. I will not go for anyone else. And then she was a Biden or buster. So I'll go for Biden. I'm not going to vote for anyone else.
How is that extreme? She's staying loyal to the party. That's not extreme.
Because she went from extreme progressive to extreme like centrist within a year, and then now she's going to only right-wing media sources.
If she's raising money for the party, wouldn't it make sense for her to shift with the party?
Well, she works for a huge lobbyist firm. She's like super rich, and she wants to get more rich and find a new job. Well, how did the party shift away from her? Like, what did they do?
The party shifted away from Bernie. The party robbed Bernie in 2016, and that's how they let her know we're never going with Bernie Sanders. So pick another candidate. I don't see that as an extreme. I see that as very logical. Bernie was
she was a huge
candidate.
Party loyalist for this election with Biden and Harris before they lost. So how did they move away from her in the past 5 months?
No, I'm not saying this is the problem. She never turned her back on the party. The only thing she came out and said was we wasted $1.5 billion.
She said it was like leaving a cult, though, and she's saying the right wing is not like a cult.
Well, here's the thing. When she came out and critiqued the party, they attacked her. That's when you guys started labeling her as a grifter. You said she had 5 extreme ideological shifts in the last 5 years. You named one, and that was her going from Bernie to Biden. That's not an extreme ideological shift.
She ran right to Fox News, which is the biggest propaganda agent that we have in mainstream media.
Okay. So here's my question.
Right after the election.
Do you think MSNBC? Do you think CNN? Do you think any of these left-leaning platforms? Do you think they would have given her a platform to tell what she felt like she needed to tell?
I mean, they did. She was on a couple different shows that I saw of her talking about similar issues. But after the election, she ran to right-wing sources that had huge audiences. So like Fox News has 70. Fox News has 3/4 of the total audience on TV. Like MSNBC and CNN have like 25%.
Well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason they're dominating the audience count now. But here's my thing. You started off by saying she ran straight to Fox. Then you said, well, she did go to some of those. Which is it? Is she not allowed to talk to both sides about the issue?
She's allowed to, but if she makes really dumb criticisms and runs right to the biggest propaganda network that got sued for $900 million for election denialism in the 2020 election and starts
Going
talking
over
about why
budget, going over,
Democrats are like a cult. No one
losing
cares about Democrats going
$1.5
over a
billion
budget.
dollars.
Trump's biggest thing is not paying vendors. Like, he doesn't pay event spaces. He doesn't pay people that set up his events. That's like one of Trump's biggest like stereotypical things that he does.
I haven't
He
heard.
bragged
I haven't
about
heard
it.
any such I have not heard any such accusations about Trump's campaign this year. I have not heard such accusations. That if he's done that, that's a problem. But I have not heard such accusations. And so here's my question: you, as someone who is a Democrat, I'm assuming you're a Democrat, are you not concerned about their frivolous spending during this campaign?
I'm concerned that Elon Musk grew $200 billion in net worth, way more than I'm concerned about the money they spent on the campaign, and mostly smaller dollar donations. So I'm concerned with the way they spent it. I'm concerned with the way they spent it.
Can you quantify the difference in like between Elon Musk and the Democrat Party? Can you quantify like the level of which you care about those two issues? Like,
I care that Democrats had a bad strategy. They had different financing methods for their campaign and went a little bit over budget. I don't know if you could blame one person for that. Parties do that all the time. They have to pay themselves back in the end. That's pretty normal.
The Democrats do that all the time, which is why in 2016 Hillary Clinton ended up taking over the party because Obama left the DNC in debt. And that's how Hillary Clinton took over the party in 2016. That's how they basically colluded and tipped the scale in her favor against Bernie. And then here's the next question. We'll jump from 2016. We'll jump from 2016 to 2024. Are you at all concerned that the candidate that the Democrats put forward was a candidate that no one voted for?
I was more concerned about Biden staying in so long. Picking Harris at that point was the only option, but I'm not really. I mean, at that point, I'm okay with it. But Biden should have dropped out.
So here's the question: Why were you concerned about Biden staying in for so long? What upsets you about that?
Because he was old, and I could tell in 2020 that he didn't look sharp at all, and I knew that this election he was not going to be sharp enough to run for president. So he should have just let a primary happen.
Okay, so you said you were concerned in 2020 that Joe Biden wasn't sharp, yet your party continued to convince you that he was sharper than he's ever been, that he was as spry as he's ever been.
Well, I mean, Morning Joe said that. I don't care about Morning Joe, really.
No. Politicians. Nancy Pelosi said that.
Yeah,
Kamala
I don't like that. I don't like these
Schumer
politicians. You're right. I don't like them.
No, but these people are running your party, and they lied to all of us. They lied to all of us for the last 4 years.
Trump's just as bad. Trump's just as bad as Biden is. He just doesn't say anything. Like, Biden tries to talk about policies, and Trump just like yells about things. So it's easy for Trump to fake it to make it.
We reached a good point. Trump and Biden are just as bad as one another.
No, they're not just as bad as one another. But as far as age and health goes, they're both as old and unhealthy as each other. No. As far as health goes, they're both as unhealthy as one another. Biden's actually pretty good for riding a bike at 82. If I could ride a bike at 82, I'll be happy. But they're both pretty unhealthy.
Oh my God,
and old.
So you're pretty much just dropping the bar for what it takes to become a president.
Well, yeah, if we're gonna have Trump versus Biden, yeah, I'm dropping the bar. Of course, we're dropping the bar. We elected Donald Trump, and we elected him again. Like, of course, we're dropping the bar. That's of course, like.
So wait a minute. You'll basically what you're saying is you don't care who runs against Donald Trump. You'll vote for him. So you think you legitimately think that Kamala Harris, a candidate who received 0 primary votes, you think she was a better candidate than Donald Trump?
No one cares about her getting 0 primary votes. Trump did not even debate in the primary for his nomination. But yeah, Kamala 100% would have been better than Trump. And was going to pass things like, well, not pass them, but was going to push for like expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs, to negotiate for more pharmaceutical drug prices to come down, for an actual child tax credit increase, tax incentives for house or home building, for home buyers, for small businesses, all that kind of stuff. She definitely would have been better than Trump just talking about tariffs 24/7.
I don't know. You mentioned Kamala Harris's ideas a bunch, but because you keep talking about her policies. I think she has a lot of bad policies. I don't, especially when we're talking about the housing situation. I don't think that how I want to know how that helps the majority of Americans. Her housing policy. I don't think that helps the majority of Americans. It's just something that sounds good.
Incentivizing housing to be built, like incentivizing housing to be built and cutting regulations.
I was talking about the grants that she was going to.
Oh, I didn't care about that at all. I care about the housing increases that she wanted to do. The grant was a minor thing, and that was means tested anyway. I don't really mind giving like working class people a chance to buy a house if they're from poor families. I think I'm okay with that too. If they did it for like too many people, then I would have been against it. But it seems like they were going to means test it pretty good.
All right, so I guess this would have to be like a litmus test, man. Why, if we're saying Donald Trump is terrible, and I don't like engaging in the personality of Donald Trump versus some other personality. I'd rather stay focused on the party. I feel like in the last few years, the Democrats and all of their stances and I don't really, again, I'm not a policy guy. I guess I'm more of an idea guy. I feel like the Democrats have expressed way more bad ideas than the Republicans. Like if we're talking about terrible, I would say that the Democrats have had way more terrible ideas and terrible predictions than the Republican Party. Would you agree or disagree with that?
At least they have ideas. I mean, their economic policies worked really well after COVID, so.
Okay, so we always bring up COVID and we always talk about after COVID and all this stuff. But wasn't it the Democrats who insisted we shut down the country during COVID?
Yeah, that was a good idea too, because our healthcare system was at the brink of collapse. And anyone that works in a hospital would be able to tell you that all the rooms were full. People were dying, even if they don't have COVID, because the hospitals could not take any more patients. So shutting down the country when we did was definitely necessary at that time. And we can look back in hindsight and be like, I would have changed one little thing about it, but 100% closing it down for like 2020 was a good thing.
Compared to what? Like, so what other
Trump did that.
Nation,
Trump did that.
What other nation shut down the? Wait a minute, Trump did that? How did? Wait a minute. How did
lockdowns
Trump
happen under Trump? Trump supported the lockdowns. Trump supported the lockdowns for a good phase of it, for a good period of it.
Listen, who controlled the House and the Senate during COVID?
Democrats.
Okay, so who's responsible for the lockdowns?
What lockdowns are you talking about? Because it was a 50-50 Senate, right?
Again, the Democrats controlled both houses, the upper house and the lower house. This was a Democrat decision to shut down the country, and they were warned not to shut down the economy, which led to the collapse of the supply chain. And
every country had full lockdowns. The Republicans. Okay, so let me see. Republicans had a majority in. Republicans had a majority in the House. Let me see. I'm trying to see who supported the lockdowns.
That was a Democrat idea to shut down the country. The Republicans were saying open the country. Democrat politicians were going out saying, people, they just care about money.
Everyone was okay with them being closed for a period. There was a period where everyone agreed we need the lockdowns. The debate was how long we were going to do it for. That was the only debate.
Okay, and the Democrats said keep it shut down when the Republicans were saying open it up.
The CARES Act and the other COVID relief and the other COVID rules were passed in the House with a 415-2 vote and the Senate with a 96-1 vote. And yeah, so like 99% of government agreed with this, Republicans and Democrats, but you're blaming it on Democrats because you're a partisan.
What was the CARES Act again?
There's a spending bill, CARES Act, and there was also other rules voted on for how we're going to approach the pandemic nationwide, and all of it was supported by 99%.
So here's my question: in that CARES Act, was it one single issue of shutting down the country, or was it multiple issues? How many pages was the CARES Act? How many pages was that bill?
I think you're operating in bad faith at this point because you know that Republicans and Democrats.
I'm not.
You know Republicans and Democrats. Do you disagree that Republicans and Democrats both supported lockdowns to start off with the pandemic?
I'm telling you. well, to start off, no one knew what was happening. So yeah, they were cool with shutting it down. But to remain shut down for a long time, listen, I remember the mask debates. I'm talking about this is stuff that I've watched in committee hearings. I remember them having the debates about masks. I remember them having the debates about opening up the schools. I remember them having the debates about reopening the economy. These debates were had. If we're talking about what's in the CARES Act, you and me are talking years later as if that was a single issue bill. I'm pretty sure there were multiple issues in that bill that the politicians had to consider. And I'm pretty sure that the other things that were in that bill outweighed simply opening up the country. There were other things that had to get done in the CARES Act bill. So no politician was going to be idiotic enough to say, nope, they're not opening up the country, so I'm not going to vote for this.
I only brought that up to say that Democrats and Republicans both supported all these things.
But I'm saying the debates that were being had on the House floor, the Republicans were saying open up the country, and the Democrats were saying keep it shut down. And then they were going to the media and telling, this is stuff I was witnessing in real time. The Democrats were going to the media telling the people that Republicans only care about money and they don't care about people. And to simply say that Donald Trump was the president during all this, that kills me too, because people are saying in one breath, well, Donald Trump was the president, and then if someone tries to give Donald Trump credit for doing something, they'll say, well, the president doesn't control that. Like, just stop that. Like,
well, if it's gas prices, that's true. The president does not control that. If it's overall COVID policy, the president does dictate a lot, especially with information. With America having 5% of the world's population and 20% of COVID deaths in 2020, of course, you can have different things that have different effects and causes.
Yeah, Trump's position on most of these conversations has been consistent, and his position has been let the states decide. Let the states decide who wants to open up and when. That was his final position on COVID-19 and lockdowns. His final position was, and I don't have the luxury of being able to pull all this stuff up on the spot in this conversation, but I do have the luxury of being present in those moments when Donald Trump said, you know what, leave it up to the states. Let the states decide when they're going to open up their schools. Let them decide when they're going to do this and that. And I think you said I was having a bad faith argument. I think it's bad faith to point to a CARES Act and a vote and not know what exactly was in the bill, and to suggest that that bill was a single item bill, as if that bill just came down to opening up the country or shutting it down.
Trump went back and forth on this topic. He went back and forth. At one point, he said he has full constitutional authority to say when states need to open and close. So, like, he went back and forth.
I said at the end of the COVID situation, Donald Trump was very clear, leave it up to the states.
Because then in April, he was saying that the federal government was going to force states to open, like a month later, because he thought it was politically unpopular, because he's a self-serving politician like the rest of them.
So here's the deal. So your position still remains COVID-19 shutting down the country. That was a good idea. It worked. And there's
100% it was needed at the time. Yes, it was needed at that time.
And every other country locked their country down.
Most countries had a lockdown period. Yes.
What country? There's one country that didn't lock down that had great outcomes. Do you know what country that was?
What country?
I'm asking you.
I don't know which country that had great outcomes without any lockdowns at all.
I don't know, man. I don't have time to look it up. I think it was it Switzerland?
Because China had lockdowns, Italy has lockdowns, India, UK, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. Like, if you look up a list, it's just like
look up Switzerland. Look up Switzerland lockdown outcomes.
Well, if you're gonna take like the richest country in the world that has like 5 people in it, then of course they're gonna have an easier time to manage this kind of thing.
This stuff is old news. I didn't plan on bringing up this conversation about COVID-19, but I don't think in retrospect locking the country down was the best plan. I honestly don't.
So Sweden had remote work and social distancing, but like again, in small countries, they're like these countries are very rich countries that are very small. Like, it's easy to manage that kind of thing when you have like 5 people in your country, and you also have universal healthcare there. So people were getting tests like constantly. In America, that wasn't true.
Yeah,
we did have free tests, but it was like we did have free tests for a period, but it was still harder to come by. We had shortages and all that kind of stuff. But But anyways, I appreciate you calling in. It's getting kind of late. I'm gonna probably take like another caller and hop off here. But if you want to call in again another night, definitely feel free. Yeah, these late night streams are a little bit challenging to stay on target. And like I was saying earlier, I have a pretty sore throat. I'm getting sick, so talking is kind of.
All right, man.
Laborious
Appreciate you bringing me up, man.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on here. Definitely hop on again sometime. All right, have a good one. Check the super chats on both streams. Is there super chats on the other one too? Nope, thank you. XRM, thank you again. You were cooking me, so I'm gonna say I'm tired, but I'm gonna take another call. Yeah, I'm being cooked. When he asked me a question he did not have the answer to. He literally conceded the final point to me, buddy. He conceded the final point to me, and I said, "Yeah, well, thank you for calling in." But your brain is broken. Can you and the caller quickly research and discuss your thoughts on the Trump and Chad? Who is that? DEA? DEA head? I also don't know if I'm gonna do it. Oh, that's Trump's DEA pick. What's big about him? Did he get plastic surgery? He's a very plasticky looking face. I don't know if he got. I don't know. I can't tell. Thank you for the $5. I'll look into that then. I have no idea. Thank you, Big R as well. Oh, Abaddon, thank you for becoming a supporter again. Supporter tier membership. Trump was president during all the lockdowns. I did see that, Big R. Thank you for the $10. I did say that because I saw your super chat. So thank you for saying that. And also, if you put a super chat in one of the streams, probably do it on the YouTube Shorts because I look at that more. Because there are 500 people watching or 600 on YouTube Shorts, so I'm probably watching that one. There's like 10 on the other stream, but I appreciate you sending that. Why are all the left men low T? I'm very low T. You realize my hairline is receding because I have a lot. I have a lot of T. I have a very hairy body, if you want to know. Are Maga rooting for Musk or Loomer right now? I don't know. Thank you for the $5 super chat, innumerable stars. You know what? Actually, let's do this. I'll put a poll up for your super chat. Who do you support in the MAGA war? Let me put a poll up. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you. Let's see. Who do you support in the MAGA war? MAGA only. Laura Loomer or Elon Musk? I am. And my throat's gonna hurt tomorrow, bro. Thank y'all for liking and subscribing. All right, you can call in again. I'll take one more. Sorry about that. Where's your thing at? Wait. Is that you? Yeah, here you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Got a little late, but I want to make sure I give you this call real quick. You're saying about, I was just reading the messages you sent. You were on Trump's legal team for certain issues, and on the Trump team.
Not as much on a political stand as more of a criminal side, but dealing with him on a day-to-day basis. I'm just going to go off of my experience with him and everything that we deal with here. And so I'm not going to talk on infrastructure bills or anything or policy like that. The controversial items that no one really talks about the infrastructure in office. That is something that people are throwing out there that isn't even brought up as much as the more controversial things as gun control, abortion, all the stuff that I know 2 phone callers ago you were talking about how Florida is, we have the luxury, that's how we can hire or, we can elect bad governors. I don't think anyone can name a better governor than DeSantis, the way he handled the pandemic here. We were shut down for 3 days. But on to Trump is, tell me one thing not anything large but in his ideas of the most controversial topics as in abortion, gun control, or anything like that you think is so terrible because, and this is my opinion, is you don't believe in equality because if you're thinking taxing the rich, but not really, I mean, equality would be 50-50, wouldn't it?
No. Equality in terms of civil liberties and equal rights, not in terms of rich people are going to get a flat tax.
So that's not at all. Civil liberties has that the equality you're talking about. That the definition of equality is fairness. So it's equally spread. So technically, I mean that covers all the controversial topics that I wanted to talk to you about, as in the gun control, abortions, borders, the tax. The one thing I haven't heard anyone talk about is the ideas on abortions, because I guess no one wants to talk about it because of how it brings up so many different things and different people. What do you disagree with anything Trump did regarding abortions?
Inherently, I think being anti-choice is bad, and typically free countries are pro-choice. So some people disagree with it. Some people think it's murder. Some people use it for medical reasons. Some people use it for elective reasons. Typically free countries have that access. Authoritarian countries are anti-choice. So anyone who sides with anti-choice activists, I'm probably going to disagree with them. I'm in favor of freedoms for bodily autonomy for a woman, and a couple other arguments for abortion.
Freedom.
And I'm also like anti-death penalty as well, so I wouldn't agree with Trump on that either, because he wants to put people to like 1-day trials for death penalty.
So, and this is my experience firsthand, working under, as a member of the Florida bar and having worked as a prosecutor who has sentenced somebody to death. It is 100% needed in this country that if for someone to say someone as bad as a school shooter to go in and kill innocent kids, but not receive the same pain that they served on other people. If, as a father, someone killed my kid, the death penalty is the only thing I'm going after.
But that's an emotional reaction. As someone in law, you should know law should not be dictated by emotions. There's a reason we have a legal system and procedure in place for this, right?
The person that was sentenced to death under my prosecution, I had total unbiased. It wasn't anything that would affect me day or night. It was the legal ramifications of what he did and what the consequences of our law that is written says. So, but on the back to the abortion thing,
I don't think it's natural to take any happiness in someone's life ending, regardless of how bad they are. That's not something that free modern countries typically do, for a reason, because we should be transcending that kind of emotional thinking. And I agree. If something happened to me directly, then I would have similar emotions. But I also know that I should not be making that decision. We don't live in an eye for an eye for an eye society. And also, I definitely view life in prison as a much bigger punishment than the easy way out.
So I'll go preach on. I'll talk on that real quick. But like, have you ever been inside of a prison?
Nope.
So you don't understand that a majority. I'm not going to go into percentages because I'm not going to say a bold-faced lie because I don't know the percentage. Most prisons, over 70%. I will say that inmates have TVs. Families are able to come visit them, no matter what crime they've committed. Families can come visit them. They have TVs. They have the luxury of commissary. They have the luxury of going outside, even at a HO5 status, which would be maximum security. They have that freedom. Why do they? That'll be for a different topic. I'm gonna go back to abort. That is something that I didn't think that I would even talk about. But going back to abortion and equality, so I'm for, at the same time, a woman should be able to choose what to do with their body. I will say that, even though I have a lot of people that would disagree with me on that in this office, but at the same time, which it should be, but at the same time, when it comes to equality, if a woman decides to keep a baby, if she has the choice to either abort the baby or keep the baby, which I believe it's totally her right, should a man have the right to opt out of child support?
I think if there is a discussion early on, and if both parties made it very clear they were not intending to have a child, and this is a conversation, I'm not sure how this would play legally, but if it's very clear beforehand, and I mean, I guess you could decide it civilly, but yeah, if you understand that both of you are not intending to have a child and something happens, then yeah, I think it should be within someone's right to not have to participate in that child's life if it was not their decision to bring it into the world.
But
if we're able to maintain women's rights as well.
Yeah, and I believe I'm all for women's rights, but at the same time, so it has to be discussed civilly in a matter that a father opts out of child support, but the father has no say in an abortion or not.
Yeah. I think both.
So where's the
can
equality
exist.
in that?
Because they both have a decision whether to be in the child's life or not. That's probably more equitable than what we have right now.
So I don't know where you live, but in Florida, if a woman gives birth, which, like I said, I'm for a woman's choice. When a woman gives birth, in order for that woman to receive government benefits in the state of Florida, DCF, the woman has to put the father on child support per Florida law.
Okay.
He can't opt out. So I don't see when Trump left it up to the states, like the last caller said, when Trump left things to the state, including the lockdowns, that it should be the state's decision. And everyone's saying Trump is doing things as almost like a dictator. It's not true. There's not that. And then when you go into things, first off, I'm going to say I don't like Joe Rogan. I don't like, I'm, where I'm at, you don't need to listen to that stuff because 99% of the stuff even he says is not true. And it's just when people blame Trump for things like the Capitol, for instance, if you go off a legal standpoint, when I can't wait for this to go into court, if you go off a legal standpoint, how did he incite that?
Well, nothing's going to go to court now because he's going to be president. They threw everything out, didn't they?
No, there's still ramifications that we do have to go to criminal court for that, for inciting a riot.
Is that happening still? under
Yes,
which
it is still
jurisdiction?
happening.
Which jurisdiction is? Wait,
Huh?
what jurisdiction is holding Trump to trial? I thought they dropped.
Y'all, the United States will figure it out in March what jurisdiction will have it. That's why I'm using this name right now. So,
I mean, even other than January 6th, I think his other conduct surrounding January 6th should be illegal. I don't know if. I mean, I don't know the law.
but that's what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to dish you, but a lot of your stuff is your opinion. I mean, just because you think it should be illegal or you dislike Trump because of this, like for instance, we were out at a restaurant and someone yelled that some vulgarities at our party, saying that when we confronted them about we're more than welcome to come in and talk, and we can talk about all this, and he'll be more than happy to talk to you. Just lower your voice. She went straight to a camera and said the reason why she wasn't voting for Trump was things that he has said. How in his personal life, going back years and years of things that were said into.
If someone brags about sexually assaulting women, is that something that could be a reason they don't want to support them as president?
No, that is, but that is 100%. But you can't say he's guilty of anything until he's found guilty in the court of law. You can't say you can't. Go
Okay, so if you're a president, then you're immune from everything, right?
No,
so
not
you
at
can
all.
never be guilty of
No.
anything if it's not in the court of law, because
Not-
you have immunity for being president and you have pardon power. You're above the
there's
law completely. You cannot be
multiple
guilty.
There's multiple things that a president can be held accountable for and found guilty of as a president of the United States that even he can't pardon himself for.
Yeah, and Adam Smith was making the argument, even with the new presidential immunity, that Trump still acted outside of his role as president in January 6th with his personal legal counsel, right? That was the new argument from Jack Smith.
Oh my God. When you go outside of anything presidential, it's not at all what it's as long as you're as seated as the president of the United States, the legal boundaries are.
It's official duties, right? It's official actions from the office of the president. Are there no actions that are outside of the office of the president? What actions would be outside of the office of the president in your calculations?
Murder, rape, anything like that.
So if he instructed
anything that's classified as a first-degree felony, level 3 to 9, or a capital offense.
So other than that, so if Trump wanted to, for example, I don't know, hire a bunch of media organizations to intentionally spread a propaganda campaign lying about someone, that'd be libelous. Then that could be.
He can't force anyone to do anything.
I'm not saying force, but using the power as okay. Do you think
You
get
can
closer
pay
to
for
a
anyone to
dictatorship
say
with more
anything.
government power?
I'm sorry?
Do you think dictatorship equals government power? Like big government? Do you think the bigger the government, the more dictator and authoritarian it is? Do you think the size matters?
In a way, yes.
Can you have a small government president who is also an authoritarian and chasing some pretty dictatory things?
Yeah.
So I would say with Trump, the way they want to consolidate power in the executive branch is probably my biggest concern. I'm not a big fan of presidential powers growing as much as they have in the past 70 years. And they continue to ramp up, and that includes Obama, that includes Biden, that includes every president, because the office is now coalescing power like never before. I don't like unitary executive theory. I don't like that Trump is using his political positioning to have a chilling effect on media companies. I don't like that he's having a private transition fund instead of using public funds for that. I don't like how he's courting private companies and threatening them. I don't like how he's suing pollsters. I don't like how he's doing all this stuff. I don't like how he talks about like rolling people with an iron fist. I don't like the threats he makes using the DOJ and military on his behalf. I don't like that he wants to make a panel to be able to purge 3-star and 4-star generals. All of those things fall in line with authoritarianism.
So let's go on one of those real quick. The suing, you can sue anybody for anything. And
Yes, but the
he had
president
one.
suing a pollster for getting a poll wrong, saying it's election disinformation has a chilling effect, especially when that pollster barely even makes money. Do you disagree?
If you go to a doctor and get diagnosed with cancer,
Okay,
they
do
call
you
back
disagree
3
or not
months
with my point?
later,
Do you disagree that you have a chilling effect on pollsters if you sue
I
the
disagree.
Seltzer poll? You disagree?
Disagree.
You don't think it has a chilling effect on pollsters? You don't think polling is going to be more chilled now and more scared to release public opinion that contradicts Trump now if he's going to go sue everyone, especially people that can't afford legal fees? So now if they have polling data with bad approval ratings for Trump, they're at risk of a legal challenge. That's not going to have an effect on
No.
how people conduct polling.
No, because every time you step out in the world, you have a chance of getting sued for anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a pollster, a doctor, a cop, anything.
Yes, hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was looking at you. I was just streaming through the internet, and I was looking at your show, and it says Trump is terrible. Prove me wrong.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm doing tonight.
Okay, well, I just got offline doing pretty much the same thing. So one thing about it, if I call into your show, I will give you the respect that you deserve. I'm not going to call in and insult you. I will say I disagree with you, but I'm not going to say that you're stupid or anything. I'm going to talk for 45. You talk for 45. I prove you wrong, but longer we don't cut each other off, that's fine. Now, one of the comments you made earlier, you said about President Trump suing a pollster. He has every right to. He has every right to. If he believes this pollster has cost him momentum in an election, which he has a right to do, he can. There's no law saying that he cannot sue a pollster for that, which she could have lied, because there's no way your poll in the Indianapolis poll, the poll in Iowa, all of a sudden had her up by 3 points. When when Kamala Harris' own people said there was no poll that had her up. None. So the president, believing that this was an attempt to steal the election from him, he has a right to sue. You may disagree with that. That's your right. That's your opinion. But
I'm
he
not
had
saying
every
it's
right
illegal.
to.
I'm saying it's a bad thing to do.
No. Now, here's the thing. I can never argue with you. Here's one thing I told you. I said that's your opinion. And one thing about it, in debates, you can never debate someone's opinion because that's how you personally feel. But there's no such thing as your truth. It's only truth and fact. The fact is, it's not against the law. He has every right.
I never said
That's
it's against
fact.
the law. I said it's a bad thing to do.
I don't think so. I totally disagree.
Do you think he has legal standing here? Do you think he has a real case and a real reason to do this?
Well, here's the thing. He's taking it to court, and if the courts agree with him, then yes.
Do you think there was foul play involved? Do you think this was intentional election disinformation?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. So
100%.
do you know that
100%.
they released the full methodology for the poll? They released every analytic for the poll. They released every crosstab they did. They released literally everything with the polling information. Like, they released every single piece of information they gathered to do this poll already. And they were very explicit. They showed what they got wrong about the model they used. So they already explained this very transparently.
No, because here's the thing. There were other things, because I know the article that I believe the article that you are referring to is the one that was released by the Daily Caller, something like that. And they said that they had released, well, hold on, New York Post, I do believe it was New York Post that I had read. And I also believe it was the Daily Wire that said they had not. There was other factors that she had played, in fact, and even so, still, None of the polls that were out there, the leading polls, the Emerson, the Quinnipiac, all those other polls, did not have Kamala Harris up. Where did she get this? Kamala Harris was up by 3 points and was up in 3 points in all states. Like I said, yes, he has a right and he should. As someone like myself, Black Trump supporter, I have watched for the last 8 years people pull every dirty stunt to Donald Trump to stop him. I'm not one of the Republicans who says Donald Trump should need to reach across an aisle and heal. No, I'm sorry, it don't work like that. 49 years old, Lord willing, live it. I see 50. The only way to stop a bully is to punch a bully in the nose. That's how you stop a bully. The Liberal Democrat Party has to be stopped. They have to feel pain. They have to feel pain in a way that they know never to do this again. The Democrats like Joe Manchin.
When you say do this, what is this?
What's going
when
on?
You
say that again?
When you say Democrats shouldn't do this again, they need to learn not to do this again. What is it? What is this?
Lawfare. Okay, lawfare, number one, using the law to prosecute and deal enemies. Now, since you're talking about the polls, number two, using polls and using things like that and lie on them and then have the news media report it to try to twist an election. Now, the news media, he should sue them. I don't know why he's holding off suing the D, but yes, the media
he should sue
and
everyone.
certain agencies that are.
So Trump should not focus on supporting America. He should focus on personal battles instead of actually building America. He should focus on suing people.
You can do both at the same time.
How do you feel about pronouns?
Oh no, I don't do pronouns. If you a man and I can see you a man, I will call you a man. I have done it plenty of times. People got offended. Guys, excuse me, you are a man. I don't care if you're wearing a dress and you try to shave it off. I know you're a man. I refuse to call you those pronouns.
You're a lovely lady, miss.
Well, I'm a man, and so you
I disagree.
Hold on. I've dealt with that argument you try to do. So what you're trying to say is you should have the right to call me something that I feel is wrong. Don't work on me, because what you're doing is you're openly telling a lie to try. What you're trying to do is tell a lie to justify your falsehood. I'm a man. You want to call me a woman to try to make me feel uncomfortable, so I will say, well, understand. No. You have a penis. You have Adam's apple. And
No,
you
I have a theyness.
man. You are a
I have a
man.
they-themness.
No, you're a male, and I'm gonna call you a man. You can try now. You can try
I'm
to
not a
talk
male.
around
Don't call me a
do-
male. Call me
You a man.
Call me a beta
You're a
male.
man. No, you're a man. I don't believe that. I'm gonna tell you something. That crap about beta male and all that stuff, that's the crap they used to call sissy boys. They used to try to make boys feel bad who want the rough, tough kids on the playground. Just because you, as they say, a boy that ain't out here trying to fight and throw punches to everybody, you still a man, and I'm gonna respect you as a man. Unless you cross a line, and then I'm gonna treat you as a combatant, but you still a man. That's how I'm able to debate and talk to Democrats. Some who, if they're respectful, fine, because I see you as a man. I don't see you as, oh, he a sissy because he vote Democrat. Nope, you're a man, and I strongly disagree with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, see, like I said, I've had that argument. The guy, he tried to bait me with that same tactic, and he said, "Oh, well, excuse me, ma'am." And I told him, I said, first of all, I'm a guy. You know I'm a guy.
I don't believe you though. You have a voice changer.
That's fine. You can believe what you want, but my page up there, mine or Jamal, will tell you who I am. But you can try that, but it's not going to work, because I've had that argument before. What you want to do is you want to bring in a falsehood to try to back up your argument, which shows your argument isn't on proper ground. Your argument.
Well, that's not my argument.
Shaking. Yes, it is. Because you said, "Do I want to use pronouns?" The first thing you did was try to say I'm a female to try to make me say, "Oh, nope. I'm a male."
Okay, you
And
use
any
he, him
man that I
pronouns.
see,
You think a lot about
any man-
pronouns. You have thought about this a lot, it seems.
Yes, I have. Have I had debate before?
Have you debated
before?
yourself?
No. You can try to debate yourself and try to rope into the, I guess, the old masturbation joke. That's the oldest one. That's one of the oldest ones. We should tell that
I'm
back
not
in 93.
What media platforms? If you have to name your top 3 shows you watch, it could be a podcast or like a news show. What are your top 3 like YouTubers that you watch for politics?
Whew. First one I'm gonna tell you I watch is Steven Crowder. Second one, Tommy Sotomayor. Third one. Because it's gonna be between either Ben Shapiro or Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly? Do you like Candace Owens?
Not much. No. Candace Owens said some. And Candace Owens, I like her and I understand what she's trying to do. But I'm sorry, the war in Israel is different from that pot-bellied dictator, Zelensky. Netanyahu and Zelensky are two different people, two different things. So when she's purposefully trying to say things that are questionable, I can't feel you on that one. I can't back. I like her.
You like
She's
Steven
a good person.
Crowder?
I met her in public. I met her when I went to see the president in February 2019. I was invited to the White House for the Black creators and podcasters in February 2019 for President Trump's Black History Month celebration. So I met her.
Do you agree with Steven Crowder's take on George Floyd?
Yes. George Floyd was a crackhead, drug addict. And they lied about him. They first tried to say, excuse me, I call him Saint George Floyd of the Fentanyl Methodist Baptist Church with Bishop Mahmoud and Deacon. I'm not the type of guy. Yes, I know about Saint George Floyd. And they lied about George Floyd, number one. They lied when they first said that he was not on drugs. They lied he was. He was on enough fentanyl to kill 3 people. And they kept lying because what they wanted to do was make white people feel bad and white people flagellate all over themselves, which a lot of white folk did. And a lot of this craziness was ushered forward.
I mean, that does happen sometimes.
It happens too much. Nobody, black folk in the 60s and the 70s, because I was in that time. Grew up with those people who marched in the 60s and the 50s. They never asked for majority never asked for white people.
Well, there's some white people who are performative, but a lot of white people care. But there's a lot of performative, a lot of diversity trainings that are performative, but a lot of people do care and do pay attention a lot.
But see, a lot of people also, white liberals, have also been some of the worst things that have ever happened to the black community as well. With bringing in their politics and destroy the black family and destroy the black community. Yes.
Do you think
because
that?
Let's tell the truth here. Everybody knows integration was not about helping the black communities, because a lot of white store owners, to quote a line from Hoodlum, if you ever seen the movie Hoodlum starring Lawrence Fishburne, Timothy North, and Andy Garcia, he said, "In pennies, spend like white pennies."
Do you think abortions are purposely black genocide?
Both.
Okay.
Okay, and this is why I say this. Abortion, when you're dealing with abortion, rape, and I believe incest is rape. So I say rape. I don't, everybody always says rape, incest of the mother. Incest and rape to me are the same thing, because if you are a father and you rape and you have sex with your 13, 14, 15-year-old daughter,
Okay,
you
all right.
raped her.
Go to the abortion position. All right, we're good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't believe. I don't believe in abortion. If you can't afford to have a child, have to stop scrolling. I'm not gonna cuss on your show. That's why I make sure.
No, but do you think it's intentional? Because I hear the argument that it's intentionally to keep killing black people. That's what I hear.
Originally it was. What people are talking about is the Margaret Sanger argument back in 1920s and 1915. Originally it was. A lot of Planned Parenthood and stuff like that was put in the black community to stop the black community from reproducing. However, it bled into the white community and the feminists got a hold of it as well. But originally, Margaret Sanger did introduce it because one of the things she said, she needed to get black preachers to help promote it. Yes. Now that originally started off, yes, it was. But now black people willingly commit genocide of ourselves. It's not forced on us. We willingly do it.
Do you think that poverty and crime rates today in black communities can be tied back to slavery?
No.
As one of the causes?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There is no drug dealer that's standing out there in the corner selling dope. There's no drug dealer out there that's selling dope, busting somebody's head open with a pipe because they $5 short on crack rock because of slavery. Nope.
Well, these communities were created and are so poor because of slavery and because black people had no net worth at all and had no chance at employment, being put out into the workforce and being thrust in the ghettos.
Not at all. No, because here's the thing.
100%.
In the 1950s, they made the Department of Commerce made a video about the new Negro. Look it up. It's on YouTube. It's called The New Negro. In the 1950s, black folk was coming more and more out. We was jumping into the middle class. They was talking about how Philadelphia, Houston, Boston, all these different areas, and some in the South, major cities, were growing, and blacks was coming major part of the middle class. It's called the New Negro. And they was talking how black people amongst, and even Malcolm X was talking about the black spending power of the black community. Well, what started happening was they started telling them, the feminism came in, they started telling black women they don't need the black men, black divorce started coming up, and of course single parenthood started coming up. Lyndon Johnson.
So you're going to blame feminism before slavery. You're going to blame feminism before you're going to blame slavery for anything.
Yes, because slavery, because explain this to me. How come we was better off in the 1950s and 60s and after World War II in the 40s than what happened after the feminist movement, after the 60s when the black community started having high out of wedlock birth incarceration, and our community started to regress. Even after slavery, we was most of your work and labor people. So we had jobs, we created cities, we created businesses. What do you think towns like, you hear about these famous cities that went through race wars, well, how were they built? They was built by black hands.
Well, Richard Nixon explicitly said the war on drugs was the response to the civil rights movement, and they wanted to purposely put black people in positions to fail.
No. That's the same lie Democrats try to tell called Southern strategy. That's a lie.
I mean, that's what they said. That's what they did.
Well, no, that's a lie. He did not. That's a lie. He did not. What you talking about is the same lie they try to tell Richard Nixon and Southern strategy, and Jimmy Carter won the state. If the Southern strategy was real, Jimmy Carter would have never been president. So no, that's not true.
It still was real. The old Dixiecrats did switch parties.
Here's the thing. Yes, no, Dixiecrats did not. Only one.
Yes, they.
Thurman. No, only one.
Only one person.
Like I told you. Yes, right. Only one. Al Gore's racist daddy was still a Democrat. Lyndon Johnson, who opposed the 1957 Civil Rights Act, was still a Democrat. And a lot of people don't know John F. Kennedy actually opposed the 1957 Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, and Obama and Biden were anti-gay marriage too, and they passed that.
You know what? Obama was never against gay marriage.
Yeah, I know, but still, politically, they
No, he
still passed
lied.
it.
No, actually, no, he lied. I gotta tell people,
Of course, he doesn't
politicians need
care
help.
because people who care about like, building things don't get caught up in taking rights away from gay people.
First of all, you're not taking the right from gay people denying marriage, because marriage has always been a man and a woman. They deny Utah they deny Utah statehood until they made sure that the Latter-day Saints that were in Utah no longer practice polygamy. Utah, the whole gay marriage thing was something brand new in which everyone sees is totally backfiring. Like people like myself who openly oppose gay marriage, and I made sure we had
Oh, you're so
amendment one
strong.
here in
I'm
my
proud of
state.
you.
Yes, sure, most definitely. Most definitely. I stand strong on what I believe. Yeah, most definitely.
Well, nice.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm a proud person who fought against gay marriage. Proud of it. Proud that I fought and made sure Roe v. Wade is going. I'm proud of what I've done.
Is Michelle Obama a woman?
Yes, she is. I'm not one of those people. Yes, the joke is funny, but Michelle Obama is a 100% woman. 100%. Yeah, it's funny.
You shocked me.
It.
I thought you were gonna say it. I thought you were gonna do it.
It's funny. Oh God, I passed the memes
People
around
believe that
and
though.
told
People
the joke.
believe it.
Because here's the thing. Some people, because of stuff the Democrat Party and the left has done, they have sat here and they told it, and they sat here and they got into it and believed it. But yes, I sat here. I know Michelle Obama is a 100% woman. And I will, like I said, when my guys, here's the thing. The Democrat Party want the Republicans to get rid of their crazies while you embrace and keep your crazies. And that's what I make sure I tell every Republican. The Democrat Party want us to get rid of our crazies while they keep their crazies. No, we keep our crazies, you keep your crazies. You want us to get rid of our crazies, we'll get rid of your crazies. But Michelle Obama is a woman, 100%.
What do you think about people like do you know Nick Fuentes?
He's an idiot.
Okay, so
you got some people on the Republican Party who I spend my time letting people know they're idiots and they're in the way. They want to make it about them, and so when they make it about them, liberals like yourself, who I totally disagree with, will sit here and blast and blast and blast, and the first thing people say is, "Oh, they're associated with Republicans and the right." Nick Fuentes is an idiot. Now, speaking of gay people, there was one gay guy I'll be honest, I used to watch him on YouTube before censorship took him out, Milo Yiannopoulos. I used to watch Milo and listen to him. Yeah, Milo's funny. Milo was straight funny. And I'm like, dude's gay, but you know what? I'm not one of those people. I'm one of those people. I don't believe in gay marriage. No, I'm a Christian. But I do believe in civil unions. I don't believe gay people should adopt children, because we just had an incident here when you had these two gay guys that adopted children and was pimping them out. They serving life in prison, but they was pimping kids out. And then it happened here at Duke University here in Durham, North Carolina, when two of them was doing it to black children. They was adopting them and then pimping them out to their homosexual friends. I don't believe that gay people should adopt kids under 15. Should they adopt? Listen, if you got somebody that's a teenager and you got this gay man and he's willing to teach and he's been checked out and everything, listen, let him have him. Let him raise him and treat that young boy, young girl with respect.
So you assume that LGBT is part of those who are attracted to children, I assume.
No, not all. Because I know some gay guys that me and them are arguing, if me and them, we're arguing. You know what? Gay marriage shouldn't be happening. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And we see a pedophile, we're going to roll over him, beat that pedophile down, and then me and him going to go back to debating each other. I've seen it. I know one right now. I can call him out. Me and this dude debated each other in the barbershop. Saw him at the gas station. called some dude out trying to mess with a young girl, and I had his back. So yeah, I will never say all gay people pedophiles, and I'm not gonna say 70%. No, I say it's about 30, 40, but no, I would never say
30
all.
and 40. Well, you got to
Yeah.
check your bias at the door, because a lot of
Nah,
religious
I'm
officials
not
have
gonna
been involved
totally
in
check.
that. So you
I'm
should
not
say
gonna
that no
check
religious
all of
official
it.
should be able to adopt either at that point.
Nope, I'm not gonna do that. I told you. You asked me, you give me your opinion, I'm giving mine. And I'm telling you, my opinion is no. Not every gay person is a pedophile. No. I will never say all gay people are pedophiles. No.
Okay. Is
That's
there
wrong.
anything else you want to talk about before we get off here?
You asked me a question, but I still to say Donald Trump is not a terrible person. That's your opinion, but Donald Trump is not a terrible person. To me, I want him to get back in office, let his people, let him focus on America and getting the things we need, but also making sure what has happened over the past 8 years never happened to another man, another person ever again. Personally, I felt that when it comes to pardoning Hunter Biden, if Joe Biden would have said, I'm going to pardon Hunter, I'm going to pardon Donald Trump, and some of the J6 people, the ones who didn't do anything, because I was at January the 6th. I was there. I saw the officer when he opened up the door. And he asked, hey, man, why don't y'all come on in here? And my wife said she was praying for me, and I didn't go. Someone told me don't go inside. I did not go inside. If I would have, I would have been arrested. But would I? Because I'm black, would I have been arrested like everybody else? And the answer is no. Because a bunch of black people who went inside the Capitol building have not been arrested. Now explain that one to me. How come the blacks who are black, dark-skinned black, Wesley Snipes dark-skinned, haven't been arrested for going into the Capitol building?
I'll be honest. I don't think I've seen one January 6th picture that was not only white people.
Yeah, see, and let me ask you a question. That's what I'm talking about. Why? The reason why they did that, because they wanted to make it look like it's white people, and it was white people that was there, and it was black, Hispanic, Asian, white. Matter of fact, it was before the whole January 6th thing popped off. It was a part in the corner. Everybody had broke off at Washington Monument. You had Asians who was there, talking about China, how evil China was. You had Latinos. You had a bunch of people. Then everybody started just walking over there. And so I'm like, whoa. So we started walking over there. Then we got up in there. You start seeing Asians, and a bunch of black folk that was there went into that building. None of them have been arrested. It's just been whites, because that's what they wanted to portray. Oh, this is just white supremacy and white supremacy. And it's not. It wasn't. And I have posted the pictures. If you had a website and you said, man, you just joking. If you had a website, I could send you the pictures of me out there at the Capitol and everything, showing pictures of the giant American flag going up there where I was at. I was literally where the president would stand to get sworn in.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you're getting good reviews in the chat. I'm probably gonna get off because it's like 3 a.m. right now. About to pass
Yeah,
out.
I don't blame you, man. I'm about to sit here and finish pulling up these clothes with my wife and children and come home. But one thing about it, bro, I'm not gonna promote my own channel, but I'm trying
I
to.
want to know what your channel is. What if I want to watch it? What if I want to watch it while I fall asleep?
Because I don't want you to think I called in your show to promote my channel.
No,
I
I
don't
want
do
to know
that
your
to
channel
people's
though.
show.
I want to know your channel. I don't have
The
a big show
Mind
anyway.
of Jamal. The Mind of Jamal.
There you
The
go.
Mind of Jamal live. You'll
Jamal.
see me. The Mind of Jamal. You see the Mind of Jamal live. Because I had to rebuild my page because YouTube took my page down of 38,000 people. So I had
drop
to
the link in
rebuild
our
it.
chat. Anyone who wants to check out Jamal, thank you for hopping on. Feel
Hey.
free to hop on again a different day as well if you see me on.
All right, well, hey, thanks for the silver conversation, man. If you ever want to call into the show, I will like I say, I'll let you I will let you talk, and I will not ever interrupt you, but I'll come back just the same way you did me, man. I'm respectful like that.
All right, yeah, sounds good. Hope you have a great night, man.
You too.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right.
I told y'all, I told you, we won. I'm a black father of 2 black little girls, and we didn't vote for Kamala Harris. We didn't fall for it. And yes, I'm 34 times more Maga than ever. Hey everybody, how you doing? This your boy Jamal. Just got off having an awesome streaming. I just saw the most powerful statement for one-day voting. No more absentee ballots. No more absentee ballots. Why is that, you say? Kamala Harris released a video, and
yeah, I agree, Caveman.
Basically, women need to be able to go to the polls because if they're at home, their husbands may be forcing them to vote a certain way. Take a look.
Your turn, honey.
Okay, we saw this out already.
You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
See that? Hey, if by what Kamala Harris in this video is saying, the only way for women to truly express themselves and have a voice is at the voting booth, not home with their husbands overlooking them and their absentee ballots.
Oh man. So if there's no absentee ballots, then no more military can vote. That sucks.
So Joe Biden calls us garbage. And the
Yo, that's so sweat, dude.
So Joe Biden calls us garbage. And
that's so sassy.
So Joe Biden calls us garbage.
Garbage.
And the media hurry up and release. We got transcripts. He won't talk about Trump supporters. Whatever happened to the transcripts of the Kamala Harris interview for 60 Minutes? Wait, we'll come back to that. That man called Trump supporters garbage. We all know it. And Kamala Harris came out and said, what happened to the transcripts of the Kamala Harris interview for 60 Minutes? Wait, we'll come back to that.
This would not be funny. This would not be funny if I wasn't tired right now. But this is hilarious right now because I'm tired.
Of the Kamala Harris interview for 60 Minutes. Wait, we'll come back to that. That man called Trump supporters garbage. We all know it. And Kamala Harris came out and said, take a listen.
Why is he kissing? Why is he blowing kisses at us? Bro, why is he blowing kisses at us?
Take a listen. Does it sound like he was making a mistake?
Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
The only garbage I see floating.
Oh, you don't gotta put, dude. You do not gotta put Joe Biden in slow motion, bro.
There's his supporters. The only garbage I see floating out.
There's no way he slowed it down twice.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Make no bones about it. They don't want unity. Democrats want submission. Only person I submit to is Jesus Christ, who's God Almighty. I will never submit to the Democrat Party or their agenda.
Wait, how is that submission? How is that asking for submission? By what? Like, I don't.
Republicans, let's get out here and do it. As I said before, Kamala Heels Up Harris is not an inspiration to my black daughters. And listen to this, y'all. North Carolinians, Western North Carolinians, they had money to send to Puerto Rico real quick to help with that cleanup. But how are things looking in Western North Carolina? How you feel? Talk about Puerto Ricans who are American citizens, because that's U.S. territory. But you North Carolinians, you Appalachian people, you know, I guess because y'all white, it don't matter to them.
I guarantee, I put any money on the fact that the emergency efforts and our support for North Carolina was 50 times stronger than our support for Puerto Rico. Hi, Caveman.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
Dude's a funny boy.
Just winding down. It's that winding down part of the night.
She's a very nice lady. I forgot about that. Sorry, guys.
I can't. I don't know. How can I explain it? There's no explaining. Oh my.
See,
which
Democrats
conversations
need
were
to
you
be
here about?
punished. They need to
Which,
hurt. We need to take revenge on them so they never do this again. Joel
Were
is
you here
like,
for the logical fallacy?
what's
guy?
this? I was, yeah. That was
Hey,
silly.
everybody.
Dude, I can't do it.
Oh, bro,
I'm
it's
just
like
gonna hang up on people.
it's like a naturalistic fallacy. It's too quoque.
Well, bro, you can walk outside and get sued by anyone. Like, shut up. Like, answer the question. Like, you get 3 times to answer the question, and
we gotta start playing bingo. That one comes up all the time. Anytime you bring up like the Trump litigation, well, you can get sued for anything.
I was literally asking the one guy, like, do you think this was wrong to do? It's like, well, it's legal. It's like everything's
Absolute
legal
fucking
now.
cowards.
Well, you can't
Absolute
kill someone
cowards.
himself. He could tell someone else to do it. It's like, okay. I talked to too many people tonight. Got a lot of subscribers tonight, though, so that's good.
Nice.
How many is that? Is that 300 subscribers?
Yeah.
I'm at 1090.
Yeah. See, if I call a bunch of people retarded and I time some people out, and still keep the numbers up.
Good title tonight. I think having the big yellow letters, they improved me.
Yeah,
wrong.
it's good.
That's a lot better than my other setup. Sigma mode activated.
It draws people in.
I'm trying to recount my conversations today.
Jerry Loreno or Lorenk. You're terrible what? My terrible what? Can you please finish the sentence?
How is Kamala better? I can't wait. Oh no. The one guy was nice, but he's like complaining about having to read building regulations for building a deck, and I'm like, is this really your like?
Kamala Harris is better for 2 reasons. 1, she hasn't been convicted of any felonies, and 2, she doesn't diddle kids.
Yeah.
I mean, do you need anything more than that?
Oh, and the one guy constantly bringing up how she spent so much money for her campaign. And I'm like, I'm just trying to think, like, who cares? Like, shut the hell, like, shut up. Like, bring up something that matters. I do like the one, I think I got a good segment out of the one guy that was just talking about vibes and pronouns the entire time. That really is the game nowadays. It's just making them look like the new social justice warriors. My mouth is gonna fucking sore.
The founding fathers were considered felons until they started their own country and were no longer subject to British rule, so it didn't matter.
I can prove you wrong about Trump and Republicans trying to keep Democrats. I have to if I'm gonna have 15 people texting me trying to call in, I gotta start charging. For real.
And yeah, the founding fathers, they also like either fought in the revolution or like committed to trying raising money by working with other countries in the revolution. Trump wouldn't even go to Vietnam. He pussed out. He said he had flat feet, and then he stopped saying he had flat feet after he was in college. Your presidential pick is an actual pussy. He is actually a beta male.
Oh, I did say that. Oh yeah, the lotioned up baby hands is my favorite go-to because he really is such like a weak individual. He's one of the weakest people in American history. It's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna put subscriber only mode on for a second and try to squeeze some hate watchers out of here. It's one of those nights where I'm like at 500.
I love the hate watchers. There's no better way to like feel better about yourself than by watching all the hate watchers in here because they actually like collectively their IQ couldn't break freezing temperature.
You're on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's 12:07.
I was just gonna say I should just transfer. I should at this time when I go to bed, I should just go on Discord and have you share your screen on Discord, and I'll just project your screen, and you could take over the stream.
Wait, that's not fair. I'll just stream myself. You just raid me.
No one will stay then, because the algorithm won't keep pushing it. I'm saying so you can keep on directing people back to it.
No, but that's the thing is like once you're done streaming, you spread the love, man. You send all the hate watchers to me, and then I deal with them.
Yeah, but you have to realize out of 400 people, remember there's like 40 or 50 like consistently watching, and there's other people that are just flipping through YouTube Shorts at 3 a.m. So my channel having like 10,000 something subs is gonna keep on, bringing that traffic in for you to argue with, and then you could keep linking your channel.
Justin Olivares, we can still see your comment, pussy. We're just making sure that people that are subscribed are actually here, so we don't get a bunch of bots. Vietnam War, I'd chicken out. No, it would be a draft, and I wouldn't have a choice. LOL at the dude who supported Vietnam. Who was that? Didn't say anything about supporting Vietnam. Yeah, Justin, I think you might need to get some like mental health help for the voices in your head because you're hearing people say they support Vietnam and no one said that. Yeah, you actually need like mental health help. I mean, you also are really stupid, so I don't know if we can fix that.
I can put you up on the screen if you want to keep roasting people.
No, it's okay, man. We're good.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a.
Cam, don't block them. This is all they have. All right.
Yeah, all they have is hating us.
They're not getting any tail because all the respectable women that aren't fat bucktooth hillbillies don't want to fuck them anymore.
Okay. That's too far and also not true. You need to study country music.
Hey, Justin, I don't think you or I were alive during the Vietnam War, you fucking retard. So I don't know how I would even, what, I was the sperm that supported? I don't even know my dad was alive. Jesus, he was born like 67.
Caveman's too scared to show himself. He's just an empty character on the screen.
Yeah. I'm just a tiny little space caveman with a blaster rifle.
Did you hear me make a pro gun argument earlier? I was thinking of you.
Did you? Jeez, I must have missed that part.
No, a guy said something about what can I sympathize with about Republicans or whatever.
Why would I complain about him? I don't care if he doesn't want to go to Vietnam. He had his daddy pay off a doctor, so he didn't have to go to Vietnam.
Yo, Rigby said, "Let's see your face, little beta."
See, you actually got to donate $50 to Jolah, and I'll go on my camera. But other than that, I'll stream myself, and you'll see my face.
Did you pick out a channel name yet?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
Is Jolah your handler?
Is Jolah my handler? Yeah.
He's my handler. He's been messaging me this entire time, telling me what to say for every conversation.
Spooked Gaming. You're crazy for actually think Trump should have gone to Vietnam. I mean, if his draft number got called up. Now, do I agree that the draft should be a thing at all? No, I don't. I don't think the draft is legitimate. But if it exists and Trump just pays off, Trump's daddy pays off a doctor to say that he has flat feet, like, and especially if you're going to try and compare him after I say that, like, again, we got so far away from the point. What the point was? The point was Trump is in no way comparable to the founding fathers. A lot of them fought in the revolution. If Trump is either too much of a pussy to fight, or he doesn't have the physical capability to fight because he has bone spurs. It's one or the other. So not in neither circumstance is he like fit to be compared to the founding fathers. I don't know why you wouldn't think that was an insult.
Wait a second. Wait, Chill Cody saying spam cringe. These guys are cringe. You have to be very careful when you have a profile picture on YouTube and you say these guys are cringe and you have a 3-minute video of you shirtless making a protein shake on your channel. You need to be very careful. I'm not going to expose you, but you got to be very careful about who you're calling cringe, bro. Like, come on. You got to delete that video off the internet, bro.
Would you guys consider yourselves believers in science? I don't know. That's a really weird question. I say that I'll look to the scientific consensus, and if the scientific community lands on a particular answer, knowing the scientific method that we currently have, then yeah, sure. I'll accept that particular outcome or that conclusion. It's like really, really easy to like disprove junk science. You just go through and like repeat the testing, the actual like experiments that they do through peer review, and then you prove it wrong. It should be really easy. So
What is a woman? I look better than you, bro. Chill Cody. Do I gotta show your video?
Chill Cody, I would tell you what a woman is, but you're illiterate, so I don't think it's worth my time.
I love asking the question back though.
And also, Chill Cody, like, I know that you are like so deprived of pussy right now that because you're a Trump supporter and they won't touch you with a 10-foot pole. But if I see a woman, I'll be sure to let them know that you're feeling bad. And then we'll laugh together at you.
My old lady wants to know where you get your eyebrows waxed. These are all natural. I'm sorry, I'm beautiful. Thank you for looking at my eyebrows, though. You might be a little bit, you know what they say about the rainbows.
Yeah, Chill Cody, I would not be this fucking cocky in a chat if you're gonna have that one video on your channel.
Do you see it?
That is some heavy brown sugar on your chest, man, and on your fucking belly button. Never mind, you're not getting any pussy because you're a Trump supporter. You're just fat.
No, I'm gonna be making a protein shake. Mutant mass. And then we're gonna mix it up with some oatmeal. That's empty.
Wait, what's a woman? Someone who does arm motions like that. You do that very well. You do that very, very well, Cody. You must have a lot of practice. Oh, Andy swallows too.
Mm.
You okay?
There's some
you okay there?
protein. be back. I'll probably just make another short. See you guys in a little bit.
No, that's mean. Just don't call people cringe, Cody. We like you. You're our friend.
Hilarious. That was funny.
It's called bulking. These guys never seen a weight room in their lives. They were shoved into lockers. Not many lockers can fit a 6'2" individual. I'm sure you can find one though.
What all makes Trump terrible? Well, one, he's a protectionist, and protectionism is just terrible. I'm absolutely free market, free trade. He generally just doesn't know how to do like state building. He doesn't know how to do like any kind of international relations. He fawns over the biggest fucking degenerate leaders in this world. He fawns over all of the fucking authoritarians. He doesn't like anybody who's like a long-standing ally. Oh, and he's just really stupid. It's just doesn't really know a lot of things. He's not a curious person. Like he could actually know a lot of things. I'm not saying he's like generally like he's not brain damaged, but he just doesn't care to know a lot of things. Like any leader should care to know like things they don't know. Oh, and yeah, if you're pro gun like I am, you should hate him because he did the bump stock ban. Rigby Salad, the Kardashians also have like shit tons of money. Justin Bieber has shit tons of money. Do you think that those are smart, good people that you respect? And anyone who's dumb enough to think that money means intelligence, like you clearly have neither. Rigby Salad, if I was given $1 million and all I did was just invest it in like an IRA, I could turn it into hundreds of millions of dollars. It's really easy, actually. You just put it in an IRA. No, the gun control that the Democrats push for is not common sense spooky or spooked gaming. It's the one area where they turn their brains off, and Republicans turn their brain off for every other issue. Like, I don't know how you go from being the party of free market and free trade and like, you know, a more efficient form of government and then go straight to fucking, oh, let's do Doge, but let's hire 2 people to run it, neither one of whom have any like real experience in government, and also let's just put a 25% tariff on our 2 biggest trading partners after we got supposedly the best deal ever with the USMCA. No, Bean Lord, I said turning $1 million into a bunch of millions of dollars is easy if you just leave it in an IRA for like 40 years. He was saying, "Oh, well, Trump turned $1 million into a bunch of millions of dollars." It was a lot more than $1 million that he got from his daddy, and he fucked it up. He basically the only thing he succeeded with is selling his name. Like, actually, Trump is probably the best example of like a white collar whore that anyone could ever think of. Like, he's only good at selling himself. Oh, chill, Cody. Are you hurt now? Because I made fun of you. Did the mean old man make fun of you? And you're fat. I don't need you to respect my position. What I'm telling you is objectively true, and you can either agree with it and be right, or you can not agree with it and be retarded. So, anyways, I got baited into this. Jolah, come back, finish up your stream.
What a world. I'm trying to. Okay, wait. I'm trying to hold out because. Never mind. It's not gonna happen tonight. I need 20 more subscribers for 11,000. But
20 more?
Oh. Yeah, for 11,000.
Okay, it's.
But my throat is actually in real pain right now after talking that long.
Okay, man, roasting us is fun.
I'm dodging Justin. If my channel ever gets to like a certain size, we're just gonna have like a caveman bouncer hour.
Agolf, are you British? Saying that math shit with the S.
Wait, Agolf, did you want to be a mod? I didn't see you earlier. Did you want to be a mod or no? Maybe Scared Crow too. I feel like Agolf is always here, giving us good copy pasta and good research. And Cam. I'm too woke. I'll ban people for no reason.
Wait, why did Kamala refuse to do anything until she's promoted to president? Again, I don't know how many fucking times we have to explain this to you retards. When she's the vice president, she is basically just president of the Senate, and whatever odd job that the president assigns to her, she can't do anything. Like, I don't know why. Like, I don't know if your brains are just incapable of like accepting new information, or if you guys literally like if you violate the core identity that is your political view, like it is so much like an intimate part of who you are as a person that changing your mind is basically just gonna like shut all your organs down and you're gonna die in a video game.
I'm always here giving tonight with Kyle. I'll probably add a new mod for every like X number of subscribers, to be honest, because I don't want to add too many right away, because I don't want to have a full chat of only mods.
Bean Lord, I forget. Can you tell me the exact day that she was named the border czar and who actually called her that? Can you please cite me a source?
People.
That's what she was called, though, by all the people that I listen to that are just as brain damaged as I am.
Steven Crowder told me.
Steven Crowder told me the thing, and I believe the thing because Steven Crowder.
Agolf sings. Oh, actually, that's true. Agolf can link sources. Okay.
It was OAN and Fox. Yeah.
Can you actually?
She's the border czar.
Wait, Agolf, try linking like a Wikipedia article real quick about like Trump's tax policy or something. See if it works.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting if it actually does work. That'd be really useful.
Actually, just look up what is a tariff, like so many other people did, and now they basically want to like delete themselves because they're like, oh shit, I just signed myself more taxes.
You say let
like
me call
you can
in,
come into
no
the Discord.
Yeah, we're in Discord right now. I'll drop the Discord link if you guys want to hop in the chat real quick. This is the time of night where we just kind of talk right now. Anyone could jump in. Community hour.
Rigby, we're dropping the link. I know you're too much of a pussy to call in, but you know if he wants to call in, he can.
You can link sources. Okay. Yeah.
Well, he
so
is
you
a
got cam
mod too.
research and A golf and cam research. Yeah. 2 researchers.
Now, just to be fair, you may have it set so that only mods can do that.
Yeah, I do. I just forgot they can actually do that. I didn't know if like non-mods could click on the links too. That the mods post.
Rigby, like every YouTube and Twitch streamer, regardless of their content, uses Discord. It's one of the most easy to use and like accessible platforms for talking to people.
Our
Like,
local Democrats use it.
What do you
now,
use? Skype? What? Dude, I only use Skype.
Local Democrats are using it, dude. It's easy. It's just easy for everyone.
Okay. Well, I think you should learn how to use Discord because I'm going to put you in a 30-minute timeout. If you want to send me any messages, Rigby, then you'll have to do it in Discord. Go ahead, buddy.
Trump won almost every state. Yeah, dude. Okay, I think it might be ableist to make fun of Cody, like unironically. I have to stop.
I don't care. That's woke language. We're not woke anymore.
Okay. I'm woke. Okay, someone come in.
This is the new Democratic Party. We're only woke for people that care about woke.
Someone come in
And then
Discord.
we just basically just don't call them names. But
Anyone
for
come
people
chat,
who aren't
anyone.
woke, we're not woke. We got the link there. It's there.
Oh, Epoch put the sources in here for me. Nice.
Justin, you got the opportunity, man. We dropped the link for you. Unless he's in the other Jolah. No, he's not.
No. I gotta kill that. Kill that. How many people are in there?
Why is
Midnight Paradigm. What do you think now is the minority? You don't like minorities?
Oh, Pete, I don't think anybody's talking to you. As in, that wasn't like saying like we're just ignoring you. I'm saying I don't think anybody's like calling you out. If you don't support Trump, but you're like,
yeah, no,
strengthening the Constitution. I mean,
we're talking.
It's pretty hard to vote for someone who said that he thinks it's okay to suspend the Constitution.
We're talking to Chill Cody, aka Mr. Shakeweight.
Steez Louise Disease.
What are we at?
I don't know if we can take you seriously on this, man. I don't know if we can take you seriously with that name, Steez.
If you're watching right now, make sure you subscribe. We need 17 more subscribers. We need 17 more subs to get 11,000.
Let's go. 17 subscribers. Let's go.
It's only 17.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just getting over that food.
Getting over a cold?
Yeah.
Everyone's sick.
I'm sorry to hear it.
It's been pretty shit, but getting work. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And don't worry, I'm a lot less mean when someone can actually like talk and carry out a conversation.
I think he's on our side.
Well, I do my best. I do my best to carry on a conversation, but I'm not trying to be too entertaining.
I thought you were Justin Oliveras for a second, so but anyways.
No, man. I'm Scarecrow.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, Scarecrow.
What's up, guys?
It's almost like downloading Discord is really easy, and also you can open up a web browser for it.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's accessible, and you don't even need an address or a phone number or any of that.
Tonight with Kyle is kind of chaotic too. He implied you. He didn't call you one. He implied.
Based. All right, Cody's name is no longer Cody. It's Felicia. I forgot. Cody is a pretty lady.
We respect her journey.
Respect her truth.
Why
Live
can't I just call
your
in?
truth there.
Because I have a
Live your
phone
truth there,
line.
Felicia.
I
And
have
also
a
bye,
business phone
Felicia.
line for the channel, Justin. I have a business phone line. That's why that's not even my area code. That's not that. I mean, it's in my state, but not my area. But that's like a Google Voice number for my business, which is YouTube. My business that makes $100 a month. But still, download Discord. It takes 2 seconds, like literally 2 seconds. It's super easy to use. You'll love it. Sound fruity, yes, dude.
Hey, dead man. Like, I know that you don't understand what being like rude or cruel is because you can't spell beyond like a toddler level.
Oh boy, sweet.
It's THEY apostrophe RE.
Y'all support Antifa? Well, Caveman's entire city got overtaken by Antifa. It was burnt to the ground completely. It's gone. Portland, Oregon.
Okay, man, you from Milwaukee?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, we need 15 more subscribers, and I'm forcing Maga to subscribe because it's on subscriber only mode. So I need 11,001 for when Cody leaves.
Yeah, I do support anti-fascism. I'm generally against fascism, or just totally against fascism. But I do agree, dressing up like ninjas and breaking shit isn't a particularly good way to like be anti-fascist.
Yeah, it's very ineffective practice. Normally you would like have a based agenda in mind, and go about it probably the more couth way than just destroying a whole city
But
in a matter of a month.
Tonight with Kyle, are you saying that from experience?
I mean, I participated a little bit in that, back during Black Lives Matter, and I just know it's when there's like a lot of civil rights fervor, you kind of tend to attract like a crowd of people who have just no real like. Go ahead.
I don't know why Jolah attracts so many fucking hate watchers. Actually, really funny.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like you attract people who are just angry at the world, and they just need something. They need
I guess this is one of the areas where they don't just get like permabanned, so they just eventually said like, oh well, okay, we'll stay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's YouTube Shorts, and they're Trump supporters, so like Trumpers are angry people. Like they, that's why they vote for him. They're mad at the world.
Well, I'm surprised because I didn't know their attention span could last this long.
They do stay for hours. It actually is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I was listening to a really interesting talk from Professor Michael Humer. He's at CU Boulder. He's an ANCAP, and it was all like progressive myths and everything like that. He just brought up like 3 things where he was like, progressives don't really get this. He didn't say there were myths. He just said that like some of the facts were not as cut and dried as he said. It's an interesting talk. But he said he's anti-woke and anti-Trump. And I'm like, unironically kind of based.
So he's a centrist.
No, he's an ANCAP. He's an anarcho. He's a libertarian.
He's an anarcho. He's an anti-centrist.
Yeah.
Yo.
He's anti the government existing.
Caveman, look up the channel Progressive Perspective on YouTube.
I think I have.
It has 19,000 subscribers. Like extremely low level, low effort, terrible commentary, but they get like 500,000 views on every video somehow. Like I was thinking just like copying their strategy because my commentary,
it's all bots.
Maybe my commentary is 50 times better than theirs, and I'm like, I might as well just copy their videos and just like
Man, what
the same
is
things, the same titles.
I wonder if these were just 2 videos. They just like found a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson on Piers Morgan, and then
That's
found
what I'm
another
saying,
one.
though, dude. Like, what the hell's going on?
Does he just pick like a dude of the day to watch? No, it's okay.
And look out! Do you know how much money that is? I got paid $70 for 20,000 views. Imagine that's like That's like $700 a video off of stealing someone's content. And his commentary sucks. Like, I'm sorry. If it ever gets back to whoever this guy is, he has no profile picture, no anything. His commentary is terrible. He's making bank. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? He just steals people's content and has like 5 words. I gotta start. I gotta start, dude.
Cody, A, I thought you were leaving. B, yeah, I'll second what Kyle said. Good luck picking out a new bra tomorrow. And also C, we're not complaining here. Yeah, we're saying yeah.
Views. He's paying, dude. He's paying money for this. There's no way.
he's getting money from George Soros. It's true. Everything they said was true.
I put up these same videos with the same titles on some of these, and I got like 1,000 views. This guy's cheating. Something. He has like 100 videos, 19,000 subscribers. Yeah, bet.
Also,
a couple videos.
Also,
views.
Cody, we personally have nothing to worry about. We're straight white guys in America. Like, we just care about other people that aren't us.
My only worry is if they come after us because we're supporting
you. You only care about all the hairs on your chest and your nipples. Kind of gross, Brody.
Vibe. All right, I'm probably gonna close this down. The subscribers are retreating now. I'm just going down. Thank you. All I seen was red, baby. Cody, you're amazing. Make sure you drop a like, hit subscribe, become a channel member for $2 a month. All that fun stuff. Drop a like, subscribe. Yep. Discord. Join Discord. Discord's a fun place.
Discord is actually awesome. And
what a good return stream, man. What a good return stream.
It was good. It was a good time. And yeah, maybe I'll start streaming. Just need to I need to find a way to hang up all my. I need to find a way to hang up all my pews on the wall. I need like a pegboard or something behind me. Just be the ultimate plant. It's like, all right, guys, let's tell you why Trump's protectionist tariff policy is shit. And they'll be like, but AR-15s.
Send me the Discord. I literally put the Discord in chat like 25 times. Justin, just come back tomorrow. F likes for you and your whatever. This is trash. Thank you.
Oh, there are 2 people in here.
Okay. Bring him in.
There's 2 people in DIY driver and here to kill time. You want to do a couple of quick 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a snack, but you can bring him in.
All right, I'll bring in here to kill time. Yo.
I'll be able to hear.
Holy cow.
Who this?
My name is actually Justin.
Oh, what's up, Justin?
Screwing with me in the live chat when I heard Justin. I'm like, I'm trying to get into the chat. That's not me.
Oh, you're a different Justin. Okay, you're not Justin Oliveras. Dude, I can't find the Discord. I don't have Discord.
Yeah, no, I'm not that guy. I have Discord. I swear to God, I was looking for the chat. I could not find the chat.
Gotcha. Well, while Jolah is away doing stuff, yeah, what do you want to talk about?
No, I want to talk with you. I think every person that he talked to on the right was horrible.
Oh, why do you think that? I mean, I would probably tend to agree, but was there anybody in particular?
I mean, every point that you have, yeah, dude, it was just the most horrible thing I've ever heard from right-wing politics in my entire life. Dude, it is legitimately every fucking point. We're not live, right?
Oh, we are very much live, yeah.
Oh, so I need to wash my mouth?
No, you don't.
Just Caveman doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, no, I remember I watched Jolah's. I read the disclaimer. I've got to be professional.
Just don't spam anything. Well, don't spam any words.
Yeah.
Like ass and shit is fine, but
yeah.
Ass shit's fine.
Vanilla language is fine.
And we don't know Caveman.
Perfect.
He just says things.
So yeah, all of all of the bullshit that they were saying is horrible. Those are not like true right wingers. Like those are people that are oh, see, I almost dropped another F-bomb. They're dealing in that whole conspiracy stuff, all of that crap that like it really gives us all a bad name, man.
Well, if you're a conservative, then like, what does that mean to you?
What does what they said mean to me?
No. So, are you saying that you are a conservative?
Yes.
Okay. How do you distinguish yourself from someone who considers themselves to be MAGA? Because they would call themselves a conservative. They probably call you a rhino.
No, they would
or they just call you a Democrat at this point.
No, yeah, maybe, but most of them would actually call me a MAGA Republican conservative. Like I would be the staunchest Republican conservative you would ever meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem is they don't know what they are. And the worst part about it is they're you guys like 5 years ago.
Yeah, they're woke. They're woke
We are
crybabies.
you 5 years ago.
Can I just
Like,
point out
as
that
in
Cam?
the-
Wait, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about all you guys, like the Democrats, right?
The
Like
woke
5
libs.
years ago, that's who we are now. Like 5 years ago, I would have been a Democrat.
Oh, okay.
Today, I'm not a Democrat.
Oh.
So you're saying that the Democrats as a whole have like toned down the language as far as like the conspiracy nonsense or whatever, and then that sort of thing has amped up on the Republican side. Is that what I'm getting from what you're saying?
No,
I think he's probably saying all the Democrats have gone communist now, which is just not true.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, that's not what I'm saying either.
Oh, okay. I'm lost. Can you give us some specifics of like
Absolutely.
what? Yeah.
So, have you ever heard of a libertarian?
No, what's that?
Oh god.
There it is.
Let me just point out really quick. It looks like
Yep, there you go.
The chat really does look like just really quick. The chat. I love watching A Golf and Cam Research message because it really does look like two fucking chat GPT bots talking to each other. You just like seriously. All right, sorry.
But
Continue.
no, like libertarians were a joke, right?
Yeah, I mean the Gary Johnson or the debate at the Libertarian Party in 2016 or 2015 was pretty embarrassing because like Gary Johnson has to be the rational guy on stage with a bunch of people saying that we shouldn't have driver's licenses.
Mm-hmm.
And like
that's crazy. Why the hell?
This is why I say that like when I have to tell people I'm a small L libertarian. I probably will never associate with the Libertarian Party, especially after the Mises caucus took over.
And I can't, but I agree with you, right? Like I actually talked to the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, and I was actually going to run as a libertarian for office in Pennsylvania, and they were like, "So what do you believe in?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you believe in?" And they were like, "Well, taxation is theft," and I'm like, every single piece of taxation theft? Yes. And I'm like, you're nuts.
I want to get into like it's more of a theory situation. There are some people who will rationalize it that it's like a necessary form of theft. They're basically it's a very esoteric argument. Again, there's a lot of dipshits online who will be like, yeah, taxation is theft. I should get to keep my money. They only think about it in the very surface level idea, but then if you really delve into like political theory, the argument gets a lot more nuanced and gets a lot more justified to say that.
It's
you can move to a different country too.
No, it gets a lot stronger to. Yeah, it gets a lot. The argument for that it is theft gets a lot stronger, but
it's like mandating vaccines a little bit.
And even a libertarian should be capable of telling you this. So what I explain to people is I'm a libertarian conservative.
Those are That's a little bit contradictory. You can be like
Okay.
a right-leaning
So like
libertarian.
Tea Party, basically, like old school Tea Party.
Old school Tea Party sounds great. Yep. Old school Tea Party, like, I mean, when I say, and that's what really kills people is when I say I'm a libertarian, I'm a conservative libertarian, right? Because a lot of people go, oh, well, you're conservative, which means that you have Christian values, and I'm like, nope, that's not what I mean at all. I want to conserve the republic. I want to live by those constitutional values. I want to continue on with that. And that's what conservative means.
Well, here's a good point. A Golf in chat said, I've not met many libertarians who oppose the MAGA crotch cop. So basically he's saying there are people who might call themselves a libertarian, but then say, I have no problem with the government requiring that people inspect the genitals of people entering the bathroom. What do you think about that?
I believe in a universal truth. I believe that we have to have a universal truth.
That's not an answer to my question. Do you think that in order to make sure that trans people aren't using the bathroom of their choice rather than the bathroom of like their sex assigned at birth, do you think that there should be people standing, especially for children, do you think that there should be people at schools that like specifically check their pants to make sure that they're using the bathroom that's right for them based on the rules?
I think that this is the most wonderful argument in the world. So there is a universal truth, yes or no?
Can you please answer my question?
I can't answer your question until we both agree that there is truth or there is not truth.
I am a moral realist. I'm also probably more leaning objectivist. So I think that, reality is, there are objective facts about reality.
I understand objective facts about reality. I'm an atheist. You're talking to a person who understands that morality is on a pendulum. And you're also talking to a person that understands that there is a reality. So is there reality or is there not reality?
If you want to get really philosophical about it, can we know 100% with 100% certainty that reality is real? Like that we're not in a simulation or something like that? Probably not, but there's no reason to think that.
So you're talking about a brain in a vat, and if we are a brain in a vat, then nothing is real, nothing matters.
No, it doesn't mean that nothing is real. It just means like whatever reality we perceive is, being.
No, it precisely means that nothing matters, right?
No, it doesn't mean that nothing matters.
This is something that pre-2021 every atheist would agree on. Is that if you want to go with the brain in the vat argument, we can go with the brain in the vat argument, but the brain in the vat argument is
this is not my argument. I'm an atheist too. All I'm saying is that I don't see there's no reason for me to even begin to entertain the idea.
The Justin Olivia is here. Justin Olivia, he's here.
Point, Caveman,
he's here.
Actual reality.
Yo, Caveman, bring him in.
Your original point was like, Yo,
he's here.
Trans right. And was like this.
Yeah, like I do want to get back to that. So, do you think that the government? Yeah, you can give as much filler or context as you want here, Justin. Do you think that the government should be inspecting the genitals of people before they go into the bathroom?
It's insane.
Yeah, I honestly think that we're talking about a straw man here, right? Because you're asking me to sit down and say, should we, decide?
So if you're a libertarian, then you would say, no, the government should not be trying to dictate morality, and they shouldn't be trying to violate the right to privacy of citizens, even children.
That's not what we're going to say, right?
So, okay. So then the government should not be putting guards in front of the bathroom that's going to check your genitals to make sure you're going into the right one.
We should not have guards standing in front of people saying, hey, pull down your pants before you go into the bathroom.
Well, they don't have to do it right there so everybody else can see. They can just say, hey, I'm going to take you into a little room. I expect you might be a trans person.
But no,
You know?
whoa, I'm not saying that at all, right? That's what you
Okay.
said. What
Well-
I'm saying is to agree with your point, right? To agree with your point, I'm not going to have guards standing in front of the bathrooms going, pull down your pants. Oh, you have a penis, that's your bathroom. You don't have a penis, that's your bathroom.
Okay, good. Now, perhaps to the larger point, do you at least agree with the sentiment of people who might advocate for that?
Define? Advocate for what?
So, do you think that people should be, like, I guess specifically trans people, should be forced to use the bathroom that aligns with their birth sex rather than their gender identity?
Okay, so I don't agree with pull your pants down, that's your penis. You go to that bathroom. And I said I don't agree with pull your
Okay.
pants down, that's a vagina, and go to that
Good.
bathroom.
It's a
So what you're saying
it's a
is-
very brave take. Good job.
Very woke.
No, it's not very woke.
No,
It's very simple, right?
okay.
Very simple, because if I don't do that, do I have bathrooms assigned to anybody? Or do I just have bathrooms?
No, man, but it's like
actually.
No. Yeah, nope. Let's continue along that line. Yes, base.
I'd
fucking base.
actually say that going to strictly gender neutral bathrooms in public spaces is actually probably the better way to do this, and just completely sidestep this conversation. It's arguably actually a lot. Oh, then, dude, based. Okay, yeah, I don't think.
I completely agree with you. Why are we not doing this? Why do we have bathrooms where we have male / female, right? And we are identifying this, and we are risking other people's spaces with other people's spaces. So why don't we just have gender neutral bathrooms where everybody can go into a bathroom and be comfortable?
And it's just a private stall with a locked door. I mean, that's really easy.
It's just comfortable. Too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It actually would be a better use of resources. It would actually be like more efficient for power and water usage.
Yeah, and that's like a fairly simple solution to what like our political system has made seem to be such a complex problem. But that's a very common sense solution to the whole thing. And it's like all these
Has anybody ever asked the question why it's a complex problem?
It's not a complex problem. That's the thing. Is like
it is 100% a complex problem.
Well, because
But why is it a complex problem? Oh no, it is. No, it is.
Okay.
100% is a complex problem, and I'm going to help you out real quick. I'm gonna tell you right now why it's a complex problem. Right? Protected classes. All right. In our society, we have protected classes, and I'm going to wipe away all of the other protected classes. I'm going to focus on male and female. All right. And we have protected classes being females. We protect females. We protect white, cis females. And I'm using cis because of your terminology. We protect white, cis females. We protect white, heterosexual, cis females. They are better than white, heterosexual, cis males. Why?
I don't think that's
I don't
correct.
think that's true at all. Like,
yeah.
And if it is true, then that shouldn't be
You
the
don't
case.
think
You
don't think that? Whoa! You don't think we protect white cis females?
Wait. I'm saying I don't think we should. I think we should just protect everybody. Like,
I think
everybody's equally protected before the law.
Everybody should be equally protected under the law.
Yeah.
So there should be a male, female, and regulatory bathroom.
No. Like we should just have just bathrooms, and they should just be
Well,
made
wait a
secure
minute.
for the individual.
We don't protect anything at all, right? Because right now,
Well, no. I said we should protect everybody equally. I didn't say we shouldn't protect anybody. Yeah, I didn't.
Right now, there are protected classes, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Females, white, heterosexual females that identify as females are protected under our law. They are protected under our law.
Yeah, because the law says that we don't discriminate based on sex. That's why they're protected. They're not protect. We don't have anything in the books that says, and all white cis females shall be protected in these ways.
Yes, we do.
All right, can you cite me that legislation? Because I've never seen anything that specific.
The Equal Opportunity Act of 1979.
Okay.
Wait, the equal right? Are you saying equal opportunity?
Yeah.
Okay, let's. All right, if this doesn't say we specifically protect born female women at, all right, if this doesn't say that, I'm gonna remove you. Equal.
I mean, understand. It's not going to say white born females. It's not going to say that. It's going to say
I'll give you a little bit of slack. All right. You said it was 1974.
Remember how
1974 and 1975.
Remember how this conversation started?
Give me a 3-year grace period.
Remember how this conversation started?
Equal
Educational Opportunities Act of 1974.
All right, really quick, I'm ending the stream. If anyone wants to continue this conversation, come on Discord. Come on Discord though. After this, wait, Discord. I'm gonna link Discord. I won't end it. Give me a second. I will link Discord one more time after Caveman gives his final statement. I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you all for watching. Hop in Discord and hear the rest of the conversation. But yeah, give us your final.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that I'll look up this bill, and if I need to, we'll talk about it another time. I'm very certain that the way that this bill was written was to say that we're not going to discriminate based on sex, not that we're going to specifically provide protections for white women.
Okay, so I can agree with that, but the idea behind all of this is that we have protected classes, and we have just expanded upon those protected classes.
Okay, based.
And as we've expanded upon those protected classes, right? Me, as a white, cis, male, is the least protected class of the entire society.
Okay.
Not based.
Not based and not true. Anyways, that was fun. All right, Jolah, we're good.
No, I'm asking the question, right? I'm here.
No, if we protect based on sex, that includes male and female. That includes men and women. So now in practice, I'll even agree with you. I think some Democrats have even said that we really let down men. We really gave this impression that we just don't give a shit about men. And that's something that the party's going to have to contend with.